Alright, hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is another morning, it is another day here in the CCTs, and we're going to be taking a look at a couple of games here for Series number 2. We've gone through the first few, we've started off the journey, and now we've gotten a couple more, just to decide which way or who's actually joining the main roster for the Swiss stage here. The decider matches, and here you have them. Starting off, TNL Favbet, our first of the day, followed up by a little bit of Rushby and Zangal. Alliance Saber added to close out the day, ex-Permitta, Copenhagen Wolves. We've got a whole bunch of action for today, and every single one of them is the exact same stakes. Winner qualifies for Season 3's Europe Series number 2. So, without further ado, let's hop over toward that first of the day. Let's take a look at TNL. For me, it's a team that's been pretty damn interesting for the, well, last 3 times that I have managed to watch them. They've been surprising. I'd seen Niffy in the past as well, when it was a stand-in for, I believe, Kono, maybe a stand-in, maybe not. I'm not 100% sure the situation was there, but it wasn't there for a long time. The rest, I wasn't all too sure. But it looked pretty damn good even so. Karen and Dowie did have some fantastic moments. And since then as well, TNL, yeah, they've been on a bit of a rampage. Almost every single result they've had in recent times has been a 2-0 one way or another. I say in recent times, let's say the last month or so. So it's definitely been a strong form that these guys have found for themselves. They did lose against Paravision 2-0 as well, just a couple of days ago, 3 days ago or so. Managing to make the playoffs, round of 16 in the first European series that we did have. But no longer or no more than that. Yeah, on the other side of it, we've got Favbet, a team that has been really, really fun to watch for me. Because I think they found the sort of form that I don't really see a lot of people expecting them to, almost. But it's from that form that they've kind of been almost ousted in a way. People have kind of started expecting them to be that sort of team. They've had to try and reinvent themselves almost as teams and find other ways that worked than the initial approach they had. And that involves the AWP being more active, but it has come at a bit of a cost where some of the rifles have let off just a bit too much as well, maybe off the gas. And in that regard as well, I kind of want to see Jackie back to being a bit more effective when it comes to firefights. Same with Marix almost. And that's the kind of situation where I think Favbet will do the best almost. Yeah, you can see for the head-to-head as well. The ratings, Tension, the highest rated player on that team, so that maybe kind of proves that point a little bit. Where I feel like there is a slight issue in that rifling department right now, consistency-wise of putting up those big numbers. But at that same time, it is the entire team that has the potential to be so damn good, essentially. Where we've seen games where Bondix fragging out as well. General the game, Caller on the team as well. But I feel like we can still get so much more out of every single individual on that Favbet side. They do play a good team game, and at the end of the day, that is kind of what makes the difference for them. So, we'll see what we get for today. But long run, I do think we do need to see the rifles wake up here a bit more. Get more and more influential, get someone to put out those sort of star numbers almost. And that is, in my eyes, what will make the difference between Favbet becoming more and more of the sort of contender. Right now, I kind of see them as a team. They make playoffs, maybe they win that first game, but then not that much more at the moment as things do stand. There's a lot of teams that are really good and really strong as well that I do kind of favor over them at the moment, but I know they have that sort of capability, so I do hope that they can turn things around because I find them to be a very fun team to watch overall. But, yep, you can see that video. We move on from that conversation into this one. We're starting off with a little bit of Anubis. That's one where I've been having putting a fair bit of practice into recently. it is one of the more played maps, alongside an Ancient, which you do actually see them ban out just because TNL have been very successful on it as well, despite not having as many games played. Who comes out second is what it's strong suits. Same with the Train, so we could have seen that as well for TNL being put out. At least as that decided, but we kind of end off on a bit of Dust 2, which is the weakest map in the pool when it comes to Favbit as well. So going for that sort of punish instead slightly, where, you know, your opponent hasn't had good results and more or less proven to be so, right? You look at the few last games Favbit have played, it's been a loss, a win against the same team, Leo. There's been 4 losses in a row, a couple of wins, 5 losses. It's not been amazing on Dust 2, so it definitely feels like going to map number 3 here does cause issues for Favbit. And even so, looking at the form and consistency that TNL have found themselves in when it comes to this recent month or so, like I say, there have been an abundance, so many 2-0s, and probably enough 3 mappers I can count in just one hand alone. They have been so many 2-0s. And most of them have got it their way. There's been about 3-4 games that they have ended up actually losing. And most of them as well I can completely understand. But one of them was actually against Favbit. About 2 weeks ago, they played Anubis, they played Ancient. Things did go 2-0 Favbit's way. And here today, we'll see if things do change, right? I do say maybe I kind of see TNL as a slight favorite. But that depends entirely on what sort of Favbit we might see as well. There's a lot of asterisks here, I think, so everything I say you can take with a grain of salt here to figure out exactly what's happening. Onyx! Perfect crosshair placement, flashed, finds 2 either way. No issues for him. CT side. Up mad. Favbit not fully committed to that a side play as of just yet. Down toward the side with the smoke to heaven. Karen drops down. Flash gets him, and he is trying to get away before the Molotov is coming in. Gets caught, and the T side find themselves with the bomb down. Jackie plays up close towards heaven and connector. Has to trust that his teammates will be the one to get contact here. If not, they are going to be leaving him a little bit stranded. And that is exactly what happens. A bit stranded, a miscommunication. He was not supposed to be the one to get contact there, I don't think. But at the moment, it is just one. It is done. Bondik, not much for him. There's plenty of time for the defuse to happen as well. So we've got ourselves the first round for TNL. Not letting Onyx work go to waste for the openings. But bomb plans nonetheless. When it comes to a map like Anubis, that is absolutely enough as well to justify a forest buy. I wouldn't be surprised if that is what we do end up seeing here, and yeah, that is exactly what we get to see. This makes a lot of sense. Now we'll get to see what it actually pays off as well with. Flash into main, just here to make some noise, get some attention for TNL. This'll do Favbit. No, they've actually decided to push through this, and Tension does not seem like he's even got to be checking for any of this aggression. In fact, goes to walk away. Smash now gets contact, but may not be enough to actually let that T-side know. Axe, he's caught. They were still expecting it. Out in the mid, nearly away with an M4 in hand. Shots taken, no kills, and now has a teammate to fall back with as well here. Just wait for this aggression to come through. There's first contact, a second as well. The bait is good. To double down on it, are we? I started to make the change out of the difference here. Marik's loaded, but an XM waits for him, but this one is not gonna go positively for the P's. I could argue does not go all too great. Sure, a couple of kills, yeah, but in the end, you don't get a bomb plant down. You got, what, 3 kills? Even so, XM finds $900 from just one single kill. Is able to drop back that M4 by one for himself. For TNL, this is a round where I was going to say Fleerax also could have had a MP9, but Onyx gone for a USP. I don't know what is... I'm not sure I get this one, but knowing at least that it should be pistols makes it a bit of a safer call, but it's not one that is usual, especially with this much utility still. And no assistance, still just straight up out the duels Marks with the USP. An interesting situation for sure. However, seems like we do slow things down a little bit as well. It's the first minute now gone of the clock. Really just gonna take our time. I do like to at least put the USP into these aggressive forward-facing positions, and now he's got away with an M4 as well. Collected that. Essentially, the only thing they've currently lost is a piece of armor. Maybe a bit of util, but there you go. Dowie, that is nice. Leans up towards B. Couple for the MP9 as well. Lets him farm a bit of cash. And drops that MP9 right to Tonic. Gets himself an M4. No AWP in sight for the first gun round of TNL. Pavbet. They should have enough money, right? Attention. That's why I had over 3k, so we're going to see that. Absolutely. Maybe lets us know about the pace of the round as well a little bit. Also an interesting question as well, where you kind of want to send that up early on in these rounds. Commitment toward the canals could often be the case. But we do see tension start up, just waiting for B aggression. He's going to punish for it, now he's moved back. Aggression into Marix. Waits. Managed to get a payout from that as well. A mad advantage on Favbet. Easy side utility reapplied towards canals as well, towards cave. Well, Marix, a couple of smokes deployed. Hoping to buy a rotation for that as well. Fleerax thinking about it. No immediate follow-up, no more noise been heard. They will be sticking toward that A player. That is exactly what is happening. Smash down. Advantage. Clawed back slightly, but not for long. Jackie will continue it. Well, he's going out as well. I don't think that's really good enough to be the actual damage. Out of the post plant as well. Bondic just managed to line up Karen Dowie. Can't manage to make the shot. And Favbet, first gun round, it is on the board. Doesn't take them too long, and it's a little bit reliant, I'll say, on Marix finding that shot in main, and hoping, assuming that TNL do not double up on that, because they did have 2 more players fighting for it, but neither one committed, which to me seems a little bit weird in a way. There was one MP9, you don't see anyone trying to re-swing into it either. Maybe you're expecting them to be more grouped up in mid or making their way back, sure, but For whatever reason, they don't follow up on that. They don't try to force that trade either. And that's where it starts to fall apart. And then Bondig is where it completely falls apart. Now we already see tension. He's lost his life. Talked about it as well, where you want to send that up. Here in the canals, tension and now smash are both gone. Decide find themselves in a very favorable position, but we still see Nife playing a bit forward here. I assume after that smoke starts to fade, or even just before it, he will move away. Take a safer angle he can disengage from. Play the advantages they currently do have, and that seems like the play they are making as well. Pretty much all over the map. 45 seconds. Smoke starts to fade, that's when the play gets made. Jackie's got a nade and a flashbang. There's a little bit of util as well in terms of one smoke, couple of molotovs to make that job easier. In this situation, now smoke as well, yeah, that would make sense. But I do not blame you for saving in this situation at all. Money's not great, but you can still try a force buy in the next round around these weapons. Boss bonus, I think 2400. I could be wrong, we're about to see. But tension should be guaranteed a weapon smash. Maybe gets himself. That's the Desert Eagle or something along those lines, yeah. AK, no utility, who knows? But got a little util that makes plenty of sense to me as well. Fast B smokes. Goes toward the cave, second outside main. Look, a potential now for the CT side to worry about. Trying to make it look like a somewhat fast play and hope the CT side to scoot over a bit more their forces here. But there's no actual follow-up on this at all. Just to get TNL to play more toward the side, if I'm then assuming this correctly, right? There's not a single flashbang. A single molten nade comes through. Yeah, but that's a little bit late at that point as well. Lost me a little bit there on Favbet's side with what the plan might have been now, but eventually a rotation does get pulled through toward the B side. Also was thrown, now extinguished, but well, they made that rotation. They've still got two toward the A side. It hasn't really changed things all too much. Takes Langer for Nife, but now they are playing at a loss of information. Favbet, if you want to wait this out, that makes things risky. You can blow it up, however. They've got the HEs for that, and I think Marks is about to do so. Early. 10 seconds. Rotation to be made into May to take the fight. One to remain. Flare axe, nail your shot. Otherwise, it's a done deal, and I think it still is. They waited too long. No time to get the bomb down. That is a massive blunder for Favbet. A massive one at that. I cannot get behind that at all. They got too scared of the smoke in connector. They had those nades. They could have tried to brute force their way through. Then one fight slows them down enough probably even without that, there would have been no time as well. So, making things any easier, nah. Just ends up being the time itself. And now is when I'm starting to get a little bit worried for Favbet here. Situation is 5-1. If you don't pick this one up, it's going to be 6-1. CT side, by the way. This is not a CT-sided map. Keep that in mind. Tension has found himself the first one. Dobby pushing down the canals is now gone. Oh, well. Down mid, but once in that, it does not really matter. One taking it back as well. Go back to even numbers. A minute still remains. This time, I think the pace is going to be upped a bit more as well. Tension's playing for contact. Puts the barrel up close. One more on the side. Just obscured enough, but Smash will still find him. Another waits on side. That's going to be counter rotation called. Got a two-man setup to deal with. There's all to try and leave, but it's now worked out. The utility is good enough to make sure that if he can support immediately, and now utility fades, but they're down a mat, and with Fleerax still far away. Just reliant on Niffy to find this first one. There it is. Retakes on. Util goes up. Fleerax tries to set up Niffy for this one, potentially even trade, but Jackie up close needs to be found and can't connect the shot. And Fleerax just a bit too far to quickly forced to trade as well. Just has to fall back. After enough tries, Favbet do get that second on the board. Second round of the board suddenly as well. This is a very odd situation I was not really expecting, not having kept the track completely. The CT economy is not great. All these rounds already picked up and very little to show for it. You lose this one, Favbet suddenly back in the game, and blink and you miss it. It might as well be 5-5 from that point on. Of course, nothing set in stone, but that's the sort of situation that we might find ourselves in with the T side getting momentum. Fighting. Jackie in mid, taken down, and if he finds himself a good timing, Fleerax traded out as well. Before we slow things down, it's going to be the play through mid. I'm going to assume it still does head back toward that A side. Smash the position makes sense if that's the case. But TNL heavily gambled on the A side. A bit of util as well here. Molotovs might just save this round here. Hello. Not enough information to work off of. Now they finally do get the information. They are coming toward A. Garen looks to line up more than one. He's got two for the round, and Bomber has to be picked up. It has to be planted. There is no time for this. Round gets saved and smashed. Just don't you die after time. Not always you get what you want. And again, down to time. Mouthbit really is not forcing enough utility out of TNL here. They're making these late rounds very difficult to play for themselves. We've seen, well, once or twice where TNL decided to try and push down canals, mid, whatever. Have lost that opening. We've seen a couple of times. Mouthbit has done the same. Also lost the opening. It feels like the pieces at the moment are just not clicking in that regard as well for Mouthbit, right? They found these openings once or twice. But none of them are really the sort of game-changing ones, or round-changing ones, where they matter all that much, apparently. It's a little bit awkward. So I would like to see that change, right? This is not a normal piece out of Anubis that I've kind of grown to see you over my time with the map. Again, we do go for the push here. Which is why I said sometimes things have not looked perfect, but this time it's only pistols against you, so to help early on, they've just gone for damage, both disengaged, Darby and Ken. One far, far away. Now we play the waiting game. Nothing found for Flearex and the Op. Finally, what seems like a very normal Anubis round coming through. Even so, Smash find himself the other side of the LOUP. Coming through main as well. They've got two players watching for this, so Flearex should be a-okay, but Bondic still finds him. But maybe I did lie a little bit. Marik's double entry for himself as well. Hello! Maybe they do got something here. Niffy's gone through a smoke in the meantime, but is scared left alone in 1v2. He's spotted that first one. Has to quickly decipher when that second man holds, and now spots him. Bondic gets seed out of the smoke. Fade's intention scarred, but such a quick rotation to wrap around for Bondic, but it's not good enough. Aaron will clutch up in a 1v2 to secure round number 7. It looks so damn good as well for Faber to finally secure something of themselves and of their own. But it's not good enough here. They get that entry, they get Marik's double as well. And all it is a highlight for Karen instead. TNL, they really are looking to get themselves a 2-0 here. Or if that's still too early to say, at least try and set themselves up for that 2-0. I think is a bit more accurate. As I mentioned, if you look at the games they've played for the last month, there's, I think, 4 or 5 games alone, and only that have gone 3 maps for them. And about as many losses in that time. They have been looking strong. The usage, not half bad. This should buy time as well for that rotation. Seeing as far as Niffy's pushed, They do need to make some sort of rotation here and now as well. They're going to try to put a bit more pressure on the Canal's position. Onik on the other side. Wants to walk through, realizes he's stuck on something. Coming through, Jackie eventually traded out. It's scared to deliver that. It's TNL's team. Crunching on to Favbet. Tech 9's in mid, the double swing is not there. Then does force the trade. One life lost in the process, but mid control now regained for the Soul Man. Take control, Care as well, trade it out, Tech 9's. Everybody's weakness. Might have found Favbet at their third round here. Weaponry downstairs with the CT side as well. They've got a kit too, actually, to work with. Favbet. They've got a man in heaven who's going to stay there for a while, taking duels in the meantime, but it's just down to the one on both sides. Intention HP runs a little bit too low. The kit on Onik, we are looking at 9-2. CT side of Anubis. This is ridiculous. We saw the warning signs a bit earlier, but I didn't want to believe them. Some of the rounds from Favbet, they looked a little bit scared or just lost. They had ideas, they had a framework of what they wanted to do, but the execution just fell short in so many of those rounds. Then you've lost 2 rounds, essentially, to time. One completely to time, but 2 to the fact that it was 2-1. One for the CT side as well, with that bomb needed to be picked up, so maybe a little bit more, maybe just 3 more seconds. Could have had a conversation there as well, but Favbet certainly have not made this look like their map pick at the moment. That's the bottom line of it. They're playing scared. They're playing like they don't want to actually contest for the map control that you normally do on this map as well. We've seen that probably, what, less than 4 times, less than 3-4 times here. It's felt inconsistent on that T side with how they wanted to play these rounds. Yeah, you had at least tension surge for the entry. But try and change things up in any way you can. Smashing the smoke, and through he goes, down he goes. One more. Jackie falls. 10-2. CT side of Anubis. This is insane.
Counter-terrorists win.
Wow. This is not what I expected. Not even close. This is an insane game. As simple as that. It's this here, round number 4, where things started to go very poorly for them. We kind of saw they did have that idea, but slowly it fell apart. Since then, never really went their way. Here's another round. This is the 1 versus 2 where there's no time left, where the bomb needs to be picked up as well. And the only round where things felt like it was going to go their way. And then Karen comes out 1v2, swing. I don't know what's happening with FAVBet. At the start of the year, I think they were really damn good. Now as well, in this last month or so, I thought as well their form had been looking pretty damn decent. I guess they'd change up the identity a little bit, I think, when it came to, say, from 2-3 months ago to now, with tension being way more active, but it is showing inconsistency in the rifler, and that's what I mentioned kind of at the start as well. Where I find that to be the biggest issue when it comes to the current form of FAVBet. You never know exactly how those riflers are going to perform. And you can kind of maybe extend that to tension as well. I do still see him slightly inconsistent, but he's upped his game either way. You have the retake. Down a man. The side need to fight on. The Glock ain't strike it the way you're used to seeing it. Then 1 man remains at the pillar. 10 seconds to defuse, I think. Tension just about got it as well. They forced their tools and forced their way in. It's going to be a close one, actually. As close as it can get. A third round, but let's be honest, that's not much to write home about at the moment for FAVBet. Forcing their way in. This is rough. And this is round. Wow. Tension finds 1, sure, but I really don't see this going any way but the TNL side at the moment. Don't even have a kid. There's 2 mollies on that T side and FAV, but they are choosing to run away immediately. Just save call made. That is crazy. That is actually crazy.
Terrorists win.
That, simply put, is not how you're supposed to win these rounds. I know it's T-sided and all that, but running on in. Tech 9's, Mag 10's entries there, 11 for TNL. Say goodbye to Anubis, FAVBet. This is your map pick. It ain't looking like it, and Nuke. Well, I do wish you luck. Needs to play about 100 times better, I think. First minute as well off the clock. You've got plenty of attention in mid here. This is a Fantastic position to be in, your Onyx. Great position to be in if you're TNL. Because Marix has been taken down. Go through the smoke. Onyx run away a little bit, but he's still got that threat of a lurk as well that would have to keep in mind, taking the pot shots. No scopes through the smoke tonight. Well, eventually, Onyx starts to move. He has been dealt with, yeah, but this is not around Fab just really ever have a say in anymore. At least now they have a kit on Smash, meaning he needs to survive, but look at how... This is not a round they're even going for. Valve don't have the leisure to do this. This is not the first time I've seen them even do this stuff either. It's a 4 versus 4. You've got a chance to win this round. But instead you've given up 12 for free. There was a whole game of this on Anubis CT side. They were saving USPs, they were saving weapons, they had man advantages in retakes, and they never went for them, and that was the worst game of Counter-Strike I think I'd ever seen, honestly. Or the worst CT half Counter-Strike I'd ever seen. And now I'm getting flashbacks to that, it's not making me happy. And Fafbe, yeah, this is done deal, we can say it. We said it a long time ago at this point as well. They never got started. TNL are running circles all over them, but this is, as it seems here, is way too easy. And the furthest thing I ever expected to see here as well. Even if, right, TNL have that form of they have been getting these 2-0s, they have been kicking ass. It shouldn't be this easy. Especially when they started on that CT side, keep in mind. Now to add insult to injury, they've even lost the first man, but I don't think that makes any difference. The way things are, shouldn't matter. They immediately claw it back as I mentioned it. Smash down towards A and try to force their way through. Smoke barely holds him back. Onik in mid, trying to catch the rotation. Jackie is down, and now he is just a nuisance, a pain in the ass. And the TNL, they're going to wave goodbye to Anubis. 4v5, and they look to complete now without too much ado. Onik thinks he might have gotten past him as well, but no. 13-3 is the scoreline for map 1. A silver lining. Favbit have a okay track record on Nuke. 9 games played, 6 games won. You know, you've got something to go off of, I guess, but it is absolutely just one-sided. It is domination, and it is unfortunately not a game I was ever expecting from Fab, but that looks pretty horrendous, all in all, I think, and something needs to change. I don't know what, but they need to turn on the monitors and start kind of thinking about that game plan, because when you look at how they played that T side, it was so poor. It really was. They tried a couple of ideas, you know, the basics, but it was quite literally just the framework, just the idea of it, and then the execution never really came through in any meaningful way. And then when you have not 1, but 2 rounds when you lose the time, and that just makes the whole game and the whole half look unacceptable almost. So TNL, they get away with about as much as they should have there. They don't let Valve in after those massive mistakes and blunders and just giving away 3 rounds. And there they seal the deal. 13-3 is the scoreline for Anubis, and we come back in about 10 and 15 minutes or so for Nuke, where TNL are going to show us how do they continue that 2-0 streak. Stay with us, we'll be back in a bit. Alrighty then, we're back to see if Favbet can alter their fate. Map number 1, terribly not theirs. Insanely horrendous T-side, where things did not go their way. They lost way too many rounds. And they shouldn't have 2 to time, and plans did not go as planned. And that's about the recap we have, in case anyone's wondering. To anyone who didn't see it, you didn't miss much. And we now find ourselves to map number 2. This is Nuke, TNL's map pick. Both teams, though, fairly competent when it comes to this map itself and the results they've had. For the pistol, you've got an opening, you've got 2 back for TNL, however, and Favbet. One for the retake, it's 3-on-3. Toward the B side, they have to find themselves victorious here. Every single round counts because you cannot let anything similar to map 1 happen here. Simple as that. Karen and Dowie left in the 2-on-3, however, now things have been turned on their heads. One spot at the back of the site, top of the silo. With Karen, 1v3, make it 1. Round the corner, the Glock is OP. 3 headshots, 4 total for the round, and TNL, they will not let this one go. Doesn't matter how far he takes them. It's a round they'll come out victorious in either way. That is ridiculous. Start off the game with a 1-on-3 here as well. Yeah. Quite the something. Pistols and the force, but at least Nuke does offer reasons to go for this. If any maps, Nuke and Inferno probably kind of fall into the same sort of category where the CT side can get away by forcing. Got a little bit of these cheeky positions, narrow avenues and such you can steal kills away from. And now it's getting a little bit awkward. Now it's almost too much here. TNL, they've lost 2. Yes, to trade even the first. It's down to timing. Flearax might be caught next. I can't believe we're seeing this, but it's Jackie's 5-7 that has struck not once, twice, but thrice. And the round on the hands of Karen. 1 versus 5. This is ludicrous. I say you can get away with these buys, yeah, but that's still not exactly what's expected here. And coming to an end, it's kept flawless. It is weapons extravaganza delivered to Favbet. God damn! Okay, we've got a better star for TNL already. Ramp. Magden awaits. That is an order duel, I think, for Smash. And now it's worse. Okay, not what I was expecting. Not what I was expecting, please. Let's have a little bit of normality in this game here. Jackie bringing it back, 1 and 2 of his own. And doors blown up, but Nippy Like spotted. Might be the third. One remains. Sonic and a Mac 10. It's third and a 1v3 from Dark. Now already saw it happen once. Why not again? Not this time. Tries to force the duel because Marik's tension just wasn't giving it out. Taking that second round now to Faf, but so first time out already. TNL, they're just figuring out what they want to do here. Now, I'm not opposed to a hero AK here. I don't, or Onyx has the exact amount if he wants to buy that, but no one really has enough for armor, so kind of takes that away as a possibility. Like maybe someone could have bought armor instead of a deagle, but either way. Chosen just pistols here. Let them cook. Let the bomb plant down again. So, who's to say? Can't do it again. Flare axe. Somehow taken down by that nade. Thought it would have been a little bit further back, a bit more safe, but I suppose not. No kills, and doesn't seem like we'll be getting any at this point either. 4 and 11 HP. And one remains. Karen, at this point, should be running. 5 bit as well that is engaging. Unless Karen can somehow force this bomb plant down. Yeah, this is... He's not even gonna die. This is not gonna take this duel. Yeah, this is, result of your own hubris. Took a little bit too long, and now... about to be shot in the back. Or not, wow. From 11 to 2 HP, he saves a Desert Eagle. That is what you get for not running at them when you have the time. Very smartly done by Favbit there. Do not let him have extra money. We'll get an AK dropped over to him. This isn't very all round. Halfway around the hero AK. That is crazy. Messed up, I'll say. But toward the A side, it's going to be 2-4-2. The flames consumed. Jackie's out of the site, now opened up for business, and Bondik taken out of business. Ash and Marix, both from heaven. Utility flies out. They should know just from that alone where both are coming from. They can turn their eyes toward this side, and it's going to be a round they come out with as well. A hero AK. A little bit of usual and a half mile around it. I suppose that works. Talking about the CT side of getting away with these force buys on that second round already. And here for round number 5, that's exactly what the T side to get away with as well. Make it interesting. And what next? No smokes outside as of yet. Are they just gonna straight up duel us? No, thank God. Smoke will go now, but they actually go it before the smokes blew. Morix with an aid in his hands gets caught. Up away, tension. Takes two. Able to run back as well, get to safety. Advantage taken toward the side of Favbet. They've left a massive cap on A in Bondik. You go up the ladder. You are a dead man. Maybe not. He spotted at least one. Onik dealt with by Jackie on site. Still keeping an eye on Nippy. On site himself, walks up for the first. Just needs to stay alive, buy time, but smash from above. Making sure that will not happen. For second, looks so good, and then it all falls apart from Tensions 2K. We're talking about him as well becoming more and more active in these last 2 months. He is showing that he has been hitting these shots. He's found his own form, and that is nice to see. Well, the bomb gets planted. Favbet. They've now managed to beat their score from map number 1. They've got themselves 4 on the board. This as well, gotta keep in mind, also features the 1 vs 3 from Caird in the pistol. Forced by win, clean for Favbet, where they let Jackie have, what, 3 on the 5-7. Pistols and back to A. We've already seen this once. That was with an AK featured in the buy, and now they're trying to make this one work out yet again. You've got a rat waiting for you in the vents, however. Bondik isn't going to be receiving any attention. He'll be the one to instigate instead. If he's Tech 9, 1 and 2, here is Bondik. Big Bad takes 2, and Flearax left alone. This time the A play shuts down as well. Well, it'll be Pete, Mr. Short. Tech 9 on the ladder is an awkward duel. Was high mount taken. TNL this time using them early on. Let's see. So, round number 8. TNL, I'm a bit worried they may not get things started in time, but here we are seeing maybe a contrary point to that. It's trading back and forth from that 2 or 3 quickly to just tension. Molotov, that is barely gonna hit, and an AK spray that will seal the deal as well. I love Tension just going for that as well. Not afraid at all to take that fight, knowing if he doesn't take that opportunity, he may not even get a chance to play it as a 1 versus 1. It is a gamble, yes, but a well-calculated one even so if it doesn't work out. Also got to show some mentality right now. He's playing with confidence. That's what you want to see. And toward the A side. Again, this is TNL just saying they are going to be going disrespecting. The defense not allowed a single thing. A smoke that does not go where intended. And a CT side that doesn't get to go where they want to here.
Bomb has been planted.
They just keep going at the A side until it works. And apparently, now it has worked. More than once as well, the success is going to be found here, meaning that that's also now something the FabBet will have to keep in mind. In Counter-Strike, we gotta call this conditioning. And I assume understanding, yes, exactly why we call it stupid enough, and there has to be some sort of response to it. Now we let the mind games begin. This is, I think, the 3rd time in a row they've done this now. Pistols, now the round win. Now again. Maybe I'm tripping, maybe I'm not, but I think that was the 3rd time they've now done it in a row, so the question is... Again? Maybe. Would be funny, but I don't think so. They've answered that. Tension. Maybe was expecting someone to blow it up here. It's squeaky. What's happened? Push around and lobby at the same time. CT side of this is the response to that continued A aggression. And it is a complete shutdown of TSN or TNL and their plans. They've fallen apart very quickly. Warning at least has a way in here, let's say that much. 3 players tagged up. 1 opportunity to Jackie, however that is missed. And at this point, the round is done. You had 1 chance to make it in. Find the opening there, to try and dismantle the crossfire. If it doesn't work, now here is the round outcome instead. Given 6-4 here.
Counter-terrorists win.
And so, FabBet. Have found themselves a bit of form they just simply put didn't have on map number 1. It goes back to what I said is the issues in consistency for the rifles specifically nowadays. But that is also just a first map that is an outlier, I think, in every single situation. We look at it. 13-3, 2-10 T-side as well. 2 rounds T-side of Anubis. That is a collapse, essentially. So, this is more like what the expectation was and should have been. But apparently TNL, they've decided to head back to A. There's a team kill in the mix here. Fleerax is left alone here. He's taking down Darby by himself. And with half his HP remaining, he's going to make a little bit of noise, run toward the ramp, see what he can get. Looking. Going quiet, and still sticking to this A play. fairly fast rotation up heaven, but does he find his timing? No. I actually like this play for tension a lot as well. Doesn't have confirmation of A or B. His teammate does have the lower side, and now there's that confirmation. It's a quick heaven rotation, and that is such a nice little play that's going to pay off, I think, immediately as well. Although, no, we're not going to have round 2 of this. He's not going to go up heaven, but he's going to find the first one. For tension, now he's missed that gap. Now he's missed the timing. On the bomb, on the fuse, 5 seconds. Hold on, give it a second. Fleerax just gets eyes on the bomb. And does secure the round. 2 versus 1. He still comes out on top. Now what was supposed to happen, but here we are, yet another A play. They force the entry, try to force themselves down to the vents as well. Marix, however, has blocked Fleerax from getting down. The insane pace that TNL approaches with is ludicrous. Spotting for us. At least 2. Have they committed down B? The answer is no. Playing with an information deficit for a moment only. Waiting for the play to heaven as well here. This is, however, a tough situation to be for Favbet. You see, Tension wants to play a little bit of a cheeky angle up in heaven, but he has to worry about main. Bondi can't cover for it as well. He's chosen to go for the hot play instead. But timing is everything. He'll find himself first one in the meantime. Tension, he's been removed. Already on site now, swarming. Around like flies, and 1 remains on site. Now he plans to bomb. We get right to this. 2 out of 3. Too good for it. That's 1, but it turns his back. Mari slips in. And HP is not enough for Dobby's. 1 bullet to take him down. Only collecting a triple here in Favbet. 7-5 at halftime.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
And we see the start of Favbet as well. It's the 5-7. It's Jackie that kind of makes the difference. Couple of close calls as well here. TNL, I respect the hell out of them for making this half as quick as it was, sort of. The pace they never let up, never let it up with is just something that is admirable. Whether it goes south or not, they just continued with this in so many situations, in so many rounds, and just kept hammering it home. Because normally when you play this map, you don't really see this amount, like, ever. You don't see this amount of A plays or A rushes or anything of the sort. That it is more rotations that you try to control on that D side. Get your way toward the lower side, try to catch him off guard, cut off rotation, and then the rounds gotta slow down from there on out and slowly start falling in your pockets. But we just saw them double, triple, quadruple dog dare themselves to go for the A play yet again in every single round, which is kind of a funny one. Changes up the status quo of new basics over it. Here, however, dual pressures, one for the duel, and there is 3 coming through. For the price of just 1, 2 actually. It's the round being taken by TNL. It's aggression out the wazoo for them yet again. On the upper side, and you've got yourselves round 6, a pistol in the bag for TNL. Now both in the bag actually for Nuke. He's little entry as well. Uses the MP9 as positioning. Second joined on ramp. This is TNL playing a pack tactic sort of game. They're gonna have trades applicable in every scenario. Every position. Jackie, how did he manage to slip in here? I don't know the answer, but he has a bomb plant. Damn, I mean, yeah, that's still a decent round for Fav, but to even get a bomb plant down and no one's going to complain about it, I don't think, on their side. You know, playing this bonus round. More than enough MP9s in the mix to keep this interesting. And even if they lose this, of course, just a bonus round. They've got a guaranteed bye next round as well, no matter what happens. So, them, nothing really changes here. Just see if you can steal away around, continue your winning ways, and situation where Fav would have to be more than cautious. Headed forward. Opening comes from Fleerax. This thing Karen able to get an AK for himself. 5v4, 40 seconds remain. We got rotations made. This is a very scary situation. We talk about Nuke, right? There are rotations that you have to make or try to play on that T side. Might still lead you back to A here. And with that commitment they have toward the lower part of the map as well for TNL, this is a massive gamble they've made. They've suddenly lost the man advantage. And it ends up having... Molotov goes down, and oh, he puts down 2 of his own! And it gets stolen. Back to A, but it's in the first line of defense that stands long enough for the Flames, and then the fights have to be committed to. 8-7. Keep in mind, that is the force buy. Or, not a force buy, the bonus round for TNL. Adding extra insult to this injury here as well, and thus... Perfect. At a bit of a loss here. Isn't looking great, but we'll see what they manage to scout out here toward the A side. They've sent out their first. It's gonna be still the CT defense that withstands The defense says, no thank you, look elsewhere. Plan B. Make noise to one ramp and see if Onyx gives you a fight. More noise goes back toward the A side. Spray event. There's one still able to escape with the bomb that guarantees the plant, I believe. Money bag secured at least for Favbet. Combined that with a lost bonus, there should be another buy yet again. But 9-7. This one as well, with only a single loss of life for TNL. Definitely makes things more than difficult for Favbet as well from here on out. Keep track of TNL and their finances from here on out, because every single round they win or now end up losing. Definitely gotta be something on the back of Favbet's mind. What? This is crazy. They're just taking control of lobby that easily. Outside, there was an opening already as well to Jackie. Tried to go aggressive. Control is the only thing Favbet have, but even that is not amazing. Opening for Marks. Good flash came to assist, but at the CT side, they still get back with two of their own, and there's that Molotov Marks, 2 HP. Has to respect this. His life at this moment is not looking great. Hasn't actually seen him. Onik doesn't recognize this, but Marks is going as far back as he can. But that's just the save. Yeah, they're both backed away. Marks and CT, Bondic and T. Other sides of the map, they are forfeiting a round of a 10 to TNL. At that point, yeah. And now the money becomes an absolute issue for Favbet to worry about on TNL side, because 4 survivors, they get a big boom, finances, donks are up.
Counter-terrorists win.
Onyx AK finds an important opening here. Only a weapon they can as well pick up here. That might have been a big mistake for TNL, actually. A round where you already have such little to work with. Giving away another one. Definitely does hurt the odds, but always on site. Looking to trade. Tech 9s only go so far. The Desert Eagle, even less so. Molotov the Flames, they've split him apart, and there's the support from Cairn. Jackie at the end of it, left alone. 20 HP at least has an M4 to work with, but honestly, I kind of prefer the Desert Eagle in this situation. Instant headshot factor. Despite the 2 still being applicable to M4 headshots as well. He is sticking with it. And there's the round. Timeout, the first one, interestingly enough, here for Favbet. Two rounds separated TNL from yet another 2-0. It really is impressive the form that they keep coming into these games with. Win or lose, 2-0. About what, like 80% chance that happens. Their map pool looks really strong. Anubis and Jester are like the only ones below 70% win rates, which is insanity. Almost messed up. And they have a good amount of matches well played in recent times, total 75. Maybe plus minus 1 or 2 for each individual player, I'm not entirely sure, but around those numbers either way. Well, here though, we've got to get ourselves down toward the lower side. Clear X. Beautiful water, checking at attention, they'll trade it out. Leave it in a clutch. It's 2-on-3 here. And with how things have gone so far, I would not be surprised this continue to go the way of TNL. Jackie, no! The jump is what is gonna cost ya. You can't do that. You can't mess up that badly. They've got smoke as well for the bomb. All they gotta do is deploy that, and Bondik left scratching his head. How do you deal with this? Off the bomb immediately, and that is 12 secured. With kids in play, both swinging at it. TNL, they are going to take match point. And that is one hell of a start to the day here. With 5 chances to close things out, I don't see a way in for Fab, but it looked okay to start off, but it's the continued amount of pressure they kept putting on it. On A for TNL, that T side that eventually broke Favbet now in the second half. It just hasn't been enough. 7-5 for Favbet at halftime. And here we are with 7 rounds in a row instead for TNL. And what seems to be game coming to a close. Us not getting to see Favbet for what I wanted to see them, what they looked like earlier. The form they've not had in recent times is definitely a bit sad to see. From being such a fun team to watch to having these massive lapses and an almost downfall, you could call it, Cairns. That's ridiculous. At best, that's a one and done. He gets 2 either way. You gotta be kidding me. You absolutely gotta be kidding me. Intentions left alone. This one. Goodbye. TNL, welcome. They've managed to get themselves the position in the play, or in the main Swiss stage here. So, ladies and gents, I think that's just as simple as it is here. We're going to be saying goodbye to Favbit, I believe. And what a way to even do it here. TNL, that is ridiculous they managed to do this here. Right, of course they did make playoffs, of course, in that previous edition as well. They played against Paravision in round of 16. And while it didn't go their way, they still, right, they played a game. And that's completely understandable. They lost against Paravision. Made it to finals, only lost to Ents as well there. Even in that game as well, 13-9 to 13-10. The scorelines are respectable and all that. But overall, for this series, they played very, very damn well. And is that a surprise? Maybe just a little bit for me. But either way, in the end, I'm not going to say they did not play well, and thus, they secured the win. Well-deserved. 2-0, and we are going to be headed to a fair bit of a break, actually. Now, we've got about an hour and 20 minutes until our next series. That's going to be Rushby versus Sangal, for those wondering as well. So, we are going to head to that break. If you want, you're going to keep an eye on the stream, eye on the timer, for when we come back. But those who just want to know the time, it's going to be 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Okay, just an hour and 20 minutes until that next series of the day. So until then, hope you guys have enjoyed it. We'll see you guys with that next game of the day. Bye-bye.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Alright, hello, welcome back, ladies and gents. We are going to be here for the next game of the day, and we've got to continue our way with, you know, just the deciding matches. Who's going through, who's not, who's going home. And with that, we already have our first game of the day decided. But guess what, we already have a second one as well decided at that point as well, because for this series, well, not this one actually, but the next one, Alliance have forfeited their game against Saber. I'm pretty sure Alliance, they've got a little bit of a schedule clash with an event they're at as well, so they had to give that one up. And Saber, on the way through, meaning that next game will not be played, and after this one, you've got to have a bit of a wait time to close out the day. But right now, we're focusing on Rush B and Sangal. After that, after a few hours, like 6 hours or so, we're going to be talking about the Copenhagen Wolves and opponent. I sadly forgot there as well. Ex-Permitta, that's the one. So, in the meantime, here's what we have. Rush B versus Sangal. An interesting match, I would say, because I'm still not sure where Rush B kind of fall on my radar yet. I've seen some really good games out of them. I've seen some really bad games out of them, and thus it's just a tough call to make if you do ask me at the moment. But I think time will tell. But at the moment, I don't really have enough knowledge to say anything. Anything that really sticks here. They've been grinding. Sure, that's one thing, but that's in my eyes about it. Maybe Texi's stats is one thing, but beyond that, I don't know. I'm not sure where to really put them. But for this side, though, Sangal, I do actually have a couple of things. And that is the sheer inconsistency for this team. And the fall of, in my eyes as well, Blitz from his previous time in Eklod. I think he was really damn good, like one of the best on that team, if not the best. Here, he's not lived up to any of that. He's sub 1.0 ratings as well. That's a massive issue. Mary as well is like a 0.91. And then Mask at a 0.83 as well. So that is just a lot of things already piling against the odds for Sangal here. But you have Beanox down as respectable 1.07s, but it's just not really convincing. In terms of the statistical department, I don't see much currently out of Sangal. And he as well for the head-to-head attacks you. He does have the advantage for the numbers alone here. A slightly smaller sample size as well, actually, I say slightly. About half as big when it comes to Beanox Texu. There's 119 maps played for Texu out of about 62 for Beanox, so yeah, those statistics kind of do make sense. But the KD is one thing, like deaths per round, that is going to be something as well where you do look at it that like Beanox is sacrificing himself. He is playing a part of that pack mentality where he is helping his teammates out. May not always be the first, but there is a time or two when he does take that fight. And a lot of times he will sacrifice himself for the greater good of the team. There's a lot here. I do think that we can kind of talk about as well more when we get into the game. Having just seen a lot of the core of Mask and Mary in the past as well. But before that as well, and before we hop over toward that game, we do need to see the video, which looks like the following. With Dust to an Ancient Band immediately, you've got Anubis and Inferno to start of the day. Anubis, one of the weaker maps when it comes to Rush B. That and Train kind of fall in that same category. 13 games played on both and only 5 wins. A bit of a losing streak as well. But it's not like Rush B haven't made these Anubis games close, which is slightly deceiving in those numbers and statistics, I suppose. They have been having a lot of like double digits, 13, 10, 11, even an overtime or two into there as well, but they have lost. So it's been a lot of very close calls, but have not been able to close out games, which is the issue. And that issue kind of comes from that CT side in my eyes as well there. So I am interested to see how that will kind of look today. But that's also an issue that also persists on the side of Sangal. If we look at just the numbers alone, this will jump out at you. Rush B's CT side of an Anubis is about 43% win rate. Not great. T-sided map, but still not great. The T-side, I'm in a respectable 56. But then when you look at it on the other side, I said issues also persist with Sangal here as well. They've got a 38% CT win rate, which goes even below what Rushby have here, but their T-side win percent is at a very nice 60 as well. So they have that sort of thing going for them. Beyond that, statistics don't differ all too much. Neither team is all too competent when it comes to the pistol round victories instead, or either. So I don't really know what to make out of this. Just the numbers, like CT sides probably do cause issues. T side will be running through here, and being as a Rush, we get to choose which side to start on. And if I'm not mistaken, that says they are maybe starting on the CT side. That is very interesting, actually, if that's true. But then we hop over towards Inferno. This is a clear as day punish pick coming through for Rush B. Instead of Sangal, 1 out of 7 have they won, but very similarly. However, to Anubis of Rush B, a lot of the games have been close calls, but have not been able to finish these games is the issue. They played against some pretty damn decent teams, and Sashi, Eklod, who are maybe a little bit struggling right now. They're going through changes. Favbet, we just so, however, not that impressive in that regard at 500. Sinners, Amkal in there, and they beat Angal on their rematch as well. So, there definitely are a couple of more respectable teams when it comes to who have they beat. So we will kind of see how that eventually as well then looks. And if we need a third map, we've got a bit of a middle ground of Nuke where, I'll say it right, Sangal, their consistency, their form has not been great. A lot of the maps so far have looked a bit weaker as well. But I want to believe, right, this is coming from my own belief and copium, that every team can turn things around. And I do hope that it is only a matter of time where Sangal as well do find their form. Now currently at a 2-win streak. On the other side, Rushbee's on a 4-win streak. But I want to see this side of Sangal as well start to perform, because we had that last year around this time where the core now masked, Stompico, right, still Permitta. They were looking really good. Mario was that sort of massive X factor as well. But haven't really seen that as of yet in this team. And Blitz still missing in my eyes is a big issue. I'm hoping to see that turn around. And if it doesn't show up today, I kind of see this as going as 2-0 here potentially. But before that, we do have some sort of technical issues, some anti-cheat problems as of today. So we are going to throw it to a small break. Hopefully it won't be too long. We never know. Could be a couple of minutes, could be a couple more. But what we do know is that we'll be coming back with Anubis when we're ready, so don't go too far. We will be right back. And we are here, ready, and headed to map number 1 of our second game of the day. So, ladies and gents, thank you so much for waiting with us. Issues have been resolved, and now we are good to go. Took us a while, but here we are. So, Triangle Rush B, as I kind of put it, in my eyes, and you could say this is a non sequitur if you want, it very well might as be. But unless we do see a big game just simply out of the individuals on the side of Sangal from the get-go, this game might be a sweep for Rush B. Because the consistency we get from Sangal's individuals just doesn't really add up to a game where they can constantly rely on it. Like, you might have a game or two every now and then when they pop up, sure, but consistently, no. And they need to change that. The sooner the better, essentially, for them, and that's pretty much about it. And alas, you can say non sequitur because you can say that about any single game. So, you know, it is what it is in that regard, but hey. For now, we've got ourselves a B take, Rush B. They managed to get that bomb down on the ground at the CTs. And to retake one away or another. One flashbang on the cards for them, but 3 through 9. Kiki will have to hold this one, and the line of the clock is set, and there is 1 and 2 coming through. You can't stop him. Eventually, it all comes down to Mary, and it's too little too late. That is not able to handle the heat here. Rush B, they stopped the retake from ever happening, from ever getting its legs up. And what a way to do it here as well. Got them down, the Glock headshots, almost all around. Apart from the last one, I don't really talk about that one, but hey. Everything else until then, it looks pretty damn smooth and good. Thus, round picked up on the board, and we continue. What's by here for the CT side as well? Definitely has some legs. Just how good are those is the question that we're trying to answer and figure out. Well, for now, we wait. Early damage dealt. Smoke's deployed as well, but Rush B, they seem to want to wait before actually committing to this. That and being smoked off themselves definitely doesn't do them any favors here. Thus, taking the face of the attack, coming through eventually. Executor lives up to his name. First one found Mary with a flashbang to his system. Will find himself one, make it double. Fantastic openings for the CT side to work with, but now it's down to 1. It's masked and they know which way he's coming from. And taking the challenge, apparently. Not shying away from this fight. They'll take it. Forced by Quelled, and that is going to be a second round for Rush. This one's not easy. 3 kills being found here as well mean that you do have potential for another force buy, but thankfully we are seeing a more reserved approach when it comes to the actual CD side here. There as well. Went for the challenge, bomb was dropped by Mass, so no other way about it. Force in the end. But what else? Play toward the B site. HE is going through, and I like the sort of direct approach almost that we get from this side of the coin on Rush B. You've got the T side, you got the advantage in that alone. Build up a little bit of momentum. B side easy enough to take, especially when you know the CTs are not going to have utility and they've not run at you immediately. Round immediately as well to be secured. Hello, Blitz. However, that is nice. damage done and dealt, but it ends at 2 kills. But I don't think they're going to be complaining too much about that. More than happy when it comes to the result here. Potential in eco anyway. And here come the weapons, where we are going to see what Sangal is going to be made of. We did say both teams do have issues when it comes to their CT side specifically. CT side is where they make most of their work in both cases as well, so I don't need to see that right here and now. What did it stop it from ever happening, right? That could be what Sangal need, I mentioned. I am not really gonna favor them at all unless they do give us that sure from the get-go and give us something to really look out for immediately. Found. Hero's been removed. There goes Texi. Hello. Sangal's popping up for a couple of their own here to start off. Massive finds now. What more can you get? For now, the answer is nothing. It is a mow down by one man. Kinky has himself a triple kill. With nothing. Even a short of a challenge there. There's 1 by 1 they walk into his cross and he takes them all down.
Bomb has been planted.
Ludicrous way to get this round back on its feet for the T side. They've never been this close, but now you're playing a retake here in the CT side. Are going to be giving up a potential ace here. Kinky has now forgone the thought that the second man is also walking through the same place. Ace denied, but that's the information. Might be all you need in this case. One more, and Executor is just playing the time. Playing the mind game around the pillar. Here's him run. Danis, Shadow spotted. Now to try and defuse. I don't think it's happening. It's not clean, but he'll get it. Round maintained, managed, and secured. That is insane. Individual prowess shines through for Kinky, and they do not give this up. Straight up ridiculous. Faster this time is the entry. It's a 2-man team walking through. First misses opportunity, second did not. Mary's 5-7, it's good. But not allowed to get more than that instead of the T side. Able to force back into a bit of a tough situation. Out of main, out of the smoke and into the side. The remainder of the CT side to get them first on the board. Rotation heard. Know where they're coming from? That is crazy. And Zenny, just tap away. Just walking into the crosshairs well. Blitz will give it up. Twice in a row they managed to save this one. The MP9 for Blitz. It is a tough one, but in the end, head gets popped like the rest of them. Still a chance to get that first on the board here as well. About time as well, right? The earlier they get it, the better. We already had our first match today where things did not go that amazing for Seaside. It was 10-2 CT actually, so in a way this is still refreshing to see go the other way and more or less as it's supposed to. Phoenix, however, having got a couple on the side, the defense is good and Giro's left alone at the end of all the defensive spiel coming out for Rush P for the moment. That's an Eagle. Walking in, but it should have been an easy one. I thankfully didn't say that. Crouch peek into it and the bomb goes down. Surely another clutch here. Danis almost thought he was going to escape. Get back towards A, but now the open wait, and Kiro is locked in on the angle, honed, ready for the fight, but that's one not going to connect, and Danis will punish. Kiro's trying to reposition, get out of there, but Danis will not let him. Had one chance and opportunity, and that is a mistake too grave. The round is cost from it. Still a good chance. A good try nonetheless, but eventually a round reaches the board on Sangal's side. Going to main, to wait. First one, head spotted already. And Executor's up close as well. That is crazy! Oh, you can't even jump nowadays. Can't even do that. What can you do? Take this L, hold it. Oh, you're kidding me. It is so easy in this round. Double entry, both secured it. Then on site, way too easy, my god. That is a ludicrous way to give or take a round. Zangal decided finally it's time to go aggressive. Challenge them for main. Get comfortable. Stop them from being so happy and happy-go-lucky in these rounds and make it a bit more difficult, and then you just nail the shots that you do. The round gets decided from that alone is absolute insanity. They've given up one here. And that's about it. Still looking for the second here. Sangal have not been given a... Well, I say not been given. Haven't really taken much of a command in this game. Even this one is just one bullet away, but Executor just doesn't give a damn about it. Twice now, Sangal tried to go aggressive. Last round B, now A, and both times they get denied. 35 seconds and on to B. Marius 5-7, rotation from Blitz. That smoke should also pull Mask here as well, but apparently he's kind of entering looking for the M4 that may or may not have been left behind. And by my perception, I don't think it has. So it's not going to pay off for anything. Marius lost his life, and that is 7-1. We've been hit with the Brazilian scoreline. Got a smoke. That's about it. I mean, the M4's been dropped to one of the windows up top. Rush B. This is this is kind of the expectation I almost had here. And I don't know exactly why either, because when we do, again, I just go back to the history, to the past, because it is that sort of reminder of what these places, well, especially in Zangal, have done previously, the sort of form and how good they have been. And it's just not there. I'm a bit sad. I'm a bit sad we don't get to see that the best side of these players on the side of Zangal, and it's not just this game, but the fact that it is consistent is kind of the issue in recent times. Danist goes aggressive, Molly at upper, and he is dead. Does not get a chance. Doesn't even spot Executor. Blends in too well with his background. The one play to give the CT side an advantage this time, but it's shut down from the get-go. There's at least one brought back. But Mary's M4 side has felt a slight hint of relief. Next one failed. Zinni in mid. He's gone. The A-side, it's not an easy duel. Not an easy one for Blitz. Not a positive experience either. There's a one and done position where the T-side slow it down even just a little bit.
Bomb has been planted.
We've got ourselves a retake, and it starts off painfully. Mary being lost. Mask and Beanox. Not a whole lot of options given. They gotta work their way back in here, but without being given this, and even with a chance still given, doesn't manage to complete the kill, and it is Beanox who has to sneak in, find these two quickly, and that, no, that is rough, that is awkward, still gets him. You feels criminal there, but no kit for Beanox is the end of this one. Hit him with an 8-1. This is domination. Pistols only. AK in the mix for Beanox, sure, but what good has any of this been so far? You've had these occasional rounds, yeah, the very start where they get 2 or 3 kills with pistols or whatnot. Half forced by, you know, such situations. But that really seems to be about it. The plays that Zangal is now going for that you kind of expect the CT side to make in these games as well, it's not worked out in any situation. And even so, it's just haven't been the cleanest Instead, they've been getting cleaned up. Right, go back, what, round or two, Danis getting caught. Down the canals, Executor just finds him, that's an easy kill, he's on 8, but then you look at the Kinky suddenly on 17 as well, and I don't know what the hell is happening. And I don't think Sangal know either. Just looking a little bit lost here, unfortunately.
Terrorists win.
Apparently we're here for stomping. I wish I could say this was not something I was expecting. Well, those who were here, I kind of said, this is what very well might happen. It's the lack of Sangal's consistency, the lack of a CT side when you look at statistics alone as well. Like a 38% CT win rate, I think. Which they do make up for by having like a solid 60 on their T sides and all that, but when you start on the CT side, when your individuals have been just having issues overall in form, and you've let Rushby have this much of a head start, I don't think it doesn't matter how good of a second half you really have or how good of a T side you would have on the paper. I'm just afraid this is already over and we just have to wait this one out. This one feels like it unless things immediately do change. Here, Vinox, holding the line, trying to protect you, walking in with one of his own through connector and into the side. So he needs to get himself to the bomb plant as well. It is now safe. That's been secured. That's one of the objectives now for the T side. And Darren Johnson and Master smoked off as well up next. Gonna try to take these fights. Texie still in half HP. Zinni stuck on default and a move. That might alleviate some of that pressure. Texie, however, having found another one. And look at play as well. Zinni's in the CT. Oh, that is rough. That is around. Stolen and clawed back by Rushby yet again. So many situations where they're contested. Shut out and down a man as well to one of the B sides. This was the start of the game. It looks just like it again. But they find their way out. Every single situation. Insane. Simply put, that is insane. And if it wasn't over already, I think now it is, Jover. You might have a fast morning, fast day today, right? Of course, if you did miss it, our next game, Alliance versus Saber, has been forfeit, because Alliance taking part in Elisa Masters. No, sorry, not Elisa Masters. Elisa Nordic Championship, that's the one. And I believe today, they're either traveling or they're already at Vasa and just waiting and having like a media day or something along those lines. Setting up, so unable to really make it. They're starting off tomorrow, yes. So preparing for that tournament instead. And here, Rush B, they're preparing to end this. Oh, damn. I mean, from our last game, this is at least a change to the norm of Ancient, but in a different extreme. TNL fab, but TNL had a 10-2 CT half. Now we're about to have an 11-1 T half instead. We're testing the waters of all extremes today, it seems. Neat little double swing, and the shot and the round. God damn. There's nothing to say that isn't apparent the scoreline at the moment. The only thing you could argue for is the first 4 rounds where Rushby have about 2 or 3 survivors in a few of those rounds. Those could have been stolen away. And that's it. That's the only thing. Maybe some hope? Or is that cope? Let them believe for a chance. Or at a chance, just for a moment. Seconds. Takes you down. Gives them an option. But that bait and switch, it's gonna be nasty. You go by. Both go down. And Mary left alone to keep feeding the beast. That is a map point immediately. And here's the worst situation for those who haven't recognized it, those who haven't realized it. Top left of the HUD, it shows you whose map pick this is. And to the visually impaired, or whoever might just be listening only, it says it has been picked by Sangal. And they are down at 12-1. Having lost the pistol, there's nothing. There's nothing. That was the only thing they might have had going for them. To even get, let's say, 4 or 5 rounds to the board for some sort of change in the mental state headed to Mo's map 2. But sad to report, this game is over. Well, one found, there's the trade. Mask can't even run away. They've got the B-side, though. They don't have the B-side. They had it for a second. How do you just walk back in that confidently and find every single player? They have the site with only one, and he's throwing util. And we are done with map 1 that easily. That is crazy. I cannot believe what I'm seeing here. And with that, we are saying bye-bye to Anubis. We say goodbye to Sangal's map pick. And that, I'd say, might be the end. Because if we, again, go back to what did I kind of say? Unless Sangal show up from the very get-go with their individuals wide awake and online, it's going to be a done deal. It's going to be a very quick sweep. They didn't show up. It was a quick sweep on map 1, and you're now headed to Inferno. I got a lack of hope here, right? Like, the way I prefaced this game was almost by saying, Rushby, they've had a lot of close calls on Anubis. Their CT side is weak. They didn't even need to play that CT side. They ran all over Sangal. Now they're going to Inferno, where, sure, Sangal, they've got that same situation where it's been a lot of close calls. Yeah, but they don't have any advantage on this map where it is a one side fits them. One side is so much better than the other. There is none of that here for them. There is no massive favorability on this map specifically, right? Inferno is slightly T-sided by, like, I think, whatever, 2-3%, whatever, along those lines, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter here. With the individuals for Rush B just playing better and Sangal not showing up, simply put, that's map 1, and map 2, I feel like it should follow. But to decide that still, we've got our complimentary break time, and we will be back in about 10 minutes to see, can Rush B close it down? So don't go too far. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or so to see how Inferno goes. Alrighty then. Welcome back. It's map 2. It was a wipeout. It was a wash on map number 1. And now it's on the Sangal to prove us that they do have that dog within them. It is that simple. We're gonna see if they can do it. There's not a lot else going on at the moment, I'll say. And I'm very sorry to say that much. But when you do look at it, result of map 1 screams loudly. 13-1. Sangal's pick. No, it wasn't. We've somehow managed to get 2 map picks instead for Rushby in this series. Second one right here. It is going to be starting off already with Janice on the first, on the second as well. Good find. And suddenly it is collapsing here. It's Executor and Kinky left. Latter of which dropped a pretty big, actually, both. Sorry, Texie and Kinky both dropped over 2.0 ratings on map 1. Which, insane. Well, here. 2-1-4, bomb still yet to be planted. A flashbang to make it a little bit safer to try and cross. Well, if we can get that or not.
Bomb has been planted.
But the answer is no. Executor finds 1, and that is all there is to it. And so, first rounds on the board. One of hopefully many when it comes to Sangal and getting something on the board here.
Counter-terrorists win.
Now it's neat little 3k as well for him. He opened it up, he closed it down as well. But a lot more needed still to make up for a lack of map number 1. Now, like I said, Texio drops a 2.07, 119 ADR, 17 and 6 his statistics. And so I don't know how HLTV thinks he had a better game than Kinky, who had 4 more kills, 4 more deaths, yeah, sure, but 12 more ADR and even a better KAST. I don't know what the rating's all about there, but hey. 3.0 being worked on, I guess. Also, you know, how that made any sense statistically, but oh well. Oh, well. Into mid. God is finding himself yet another opening. Kiki down at this time, and up at A. Mary finds himself the next, but this force by is very quickly falling apart completely. Left us with a couple of tagged up plays and one with only a single point of HP dealt to him, but a situation where I, weirdly enough, wouldn't blame Rushby for trying to save. You got 30 seconds remaining. At this point, Sangal sure as hell are going to be reinforcing this bomb site as well to make sure that if there is going to be an attack coming through, we know there is, they're going to shut it down. There's no way. If there's even a single kill, I'm surprised. And 10 seconds left. They're trying. There is one. Barry gives it up. There's a second kill in the mix. Some decent shots at least being hit on the T side there, but at the end it's just the consolation prize. But now, Sangal, they deal with the force bite. They take that 2-0 here. Into round number 3. Only the pistols to deal with, so on paper should be easy. In reality, we'll see. These are the sort of rounds as well where things do get a little bit shaky. But everybody wants to be the hero, thinking they're the one who's built different and one that ends up being built different. That's the sort of round this is on that T side. But it is currently being kept in check very nicely. Here's the next part of this round. An MP9 sneaking right on in. And that should have been enough as well for the entirety of this round as well. Then. Great HE as well. And apparently Sungull, they're not gonna drop the ball here. As it seems, not even a single kill is going to be going their way, and Texie just wants to run away from the MP9. Smart, it still ends up dead. As long as it's not the MP9, it limits a little bit of that economy that otherwise would have been there. Ooh. Inox. Rough treatment for him. Or giving me flashbacks to map number 1. First round, they try to go aggressive on the CT side for the main control, and they get shot on by a Lil and a Tech 9. Here they tried it on B on Inferno. It's led to give an advantage over towards Rush B, and forcing Mask to play alone far back towards B. Which, on Inferno as well, is completely fine. Rush B, 40 seconds. They're going to be deploying a bit of util towards B. At the same time, contact up short. Still out and down. 30 seconds remain. That smoke's going to fade at about 10 seconds, maybe even a little bit less than that. So, decided they're going to have this avenue back toward the site as well, but they got to move quickly. The rotation from Mask is inbound. However, finding him may result in something real nice, but at this point, I'm worried about the time. There's 10 seconds left. 3 to 5. They're all here. The red carpet that awaits the tease, and it is denial. One to take them both down, and well, in theory, time was there. The aim was not. Texas shut down, and we've got a clean start for Sungull, 4-0. This is a nice way. Nice way to end the round and finally started at the same time. Vector and Kiro just waiting down the clock here, which it's not a terrible strategy. Inferno, Utility, and many other maps as well is going to be spent a lot. So, if nothing else, that's something that Sangal will have to rebuy. In the grand scheme of things, it's not the most influential, but in a world or two where you still manage to get a kill on top here, it definitely might add up as well. It's a possibility, it's not a guarantee, but here at least we look at the CT side of Utility that remains. There's not a lot of it. Executive now gets a kill on top as well. Not half bad. Does not stick the bomb. But as its Eagle nails one more. So all that utility that needs to be rebought, about 1,000 on average, 1.2k for the most. And 2 kills. In a pretty successful round, I'd say. Still, that bomb plant would have been nice. Would have given them a little bit of extra to work with. That or just a bit more in the reserves for potential failure of a round here as well. But should be all good. Round number 6 starts off hopefully shortly. I'm not exactly sure what we have here, but maybe something with Mary, I'm not sure. No one really knows. Don't actually know what's happening, but oh, there we go. All I had to do was ask, and we are back, apparently. Very nice. Alright, round number 6. Sangal's chance to continue a clean streak. If this is where they actually do wake up, I get really confused, I'll say, but so far Danis is 1-11-0. Gotta put it out there. Bit of a shout out to the man, unkillable. As of yet, and it took them the entirety of map 1 and getting slapped and tossed around. They finally have decided to come play. This more and more proves the issues about consistency I have for this team. Or inconsistency, I suppose is a better way. Inky, into banana, flashbangs, away. Blitz sneaks in. Or stomps in, runs in, whatever. Seconds. It's back to be. The group is here. Looking at the utility as well, there's nothing to hold this. Just a spray while that needs to connect. There is still damage. Just a team kill. Assisting, making things easier with mass to hold. Dexter might have dealt a blow too steep to come back from with that team kill and now being punished for it as well. It's left just Kiro out of Dexter alone. HP is now there. Thankfully, one Molotov spent that goes to the wrong place, but it still lets them know exactly where he's playing from. Kiro still nails 1 and 2. Ridiculous. Might have been enough because now pray and pray. Hold the smoke. Is that it? No, it's not. There's a kid. There is time. But not a lot of extra remaining. 2 versus 4 with 32 HP combined. Hero managed to pull things back to a situation very much doable here. Nicely done, and it just goes to wonder, like, what if Executor doesn't take out his teammates? What if he doesn't start to spam through that CT smoke either and give away his position again? Sometimes I wish people did not spam smokes as much. Here, you've got nades going out. Danis, his first death delivered in the previous, but he continues like nothing's ever happened. KD hasn't changed. Fast. Opening fire toward the banana side as well. This is immediately Rush B being dealt a blow of not just 1, but 2 casualties. The only thing they've gotten is damage barely worth 1 person in return, but not even a kill. Of course, well, with Danny's being the one to tag or being tagged up as well makes things a lot easier. Doesn't actually have to worry about it as much as the others, maybe. Shot, Matt. Down he goes. Molly in a flash on a blitz as well. He can still contest this bomb plant. Make it a pull for the T side, and if they want to try to force it down, and they will, but Molly's worn off at this point. Damage, plenty of it dealt yet again. For the T side, all they have is 1 Molotov to slow them down. That's going to be on Executor. Might even line it up for that bomb, but seeing as there is no smoke, I see a future where there is trouble. Throws down a little bit early, blocks them from entering at least. That's still by time, about 8 seconds of it. Now it's this backside setup. Kinky so far ahead, however, this is a dead giveaway. There's a 2-man setup at the back of sight. Executor alone. All the defuse needs to stop it and do so, and barely again with a few seconds to spare. It is Sangal taking this one. It's this backside setup that I can't get behind. It's such an easy one to read as soon as you recognize how far Kinky is. It is way too easy to read. And he gives it up as well, not even nailing that first shot. Of course, makes things a lot more difficult. I don't know, and I am getting worried, because Rush have fallen off the face of the earth after dominating 13-1, and I have no idea what to think. Like this, yeah, it plays into the issues of a Sangal, where no player is going to be consistent throughout. You have your maps and you have your games, and Rush B, I still don't know what make of them at all either, where they sometimes have really good games, sometimes really bad. I've seen both sides already. And today we're getting a prime special of both as well. 7-1, Kinky, double entries toward the B side with a teammate in total, that's 3 in total. Seems like we finally have our first round for Rush B, and if there's nothing else to say, it's about the damn time. I don't know. I really got nothing here. Like, how do you go from map 1 to this? B side as well. Like, that momentum, I feel like, just should carry over. At least a little bit. Even if the maps are laid out and very much played out differently. The fall-off is crazy and needs to be studied. They have gone past Mary completely. I don't know how they don't spot the M4. And now the spam is just not connected, but I guess that goes into the wooden panel next to him. So he lives. Same with Danis. What do you got, Danis? So far, pretty damn good. Secured a couple of entries here as well. It seems like Rushbeer finally got enough as well. It may be as well plays into that sort of confidence that they came into this map with, and then Danis just allowed to get these free kills. Because for an AWPer, it is an easy shot to hit when your opponent is so damn confident and overconfident, cocky almost at that point. They think they're going to hit every shot, then it's then off to say, nah, I'm better. You've won. Mary able to escape and back into pit. Smoke deployed, though. Is that a Molotov? Yeah, there you go. Will force him out of pit completely and into the T side. Kiro does not recognize he's here, didn't spot him. Flashbangs will do very little, but it doesn't matter. Kiro lives. Rotations inbound, they're already here. But look at how slow Rushby is being. I don't like this at all. Slipped by, and Taxi does not even know. Ink is a dead man. There's the trade. There's two coming through. One last man seen. Danis. 14-1. Time to make a miracle here. Good spot as well, but doesn't nail it. Wallbang's not connecting. Smoke alone, however, might be good enough. Forces them to play this one both together. Danis has them in his crosshair, but not sure which way to look. Scary and crazy is this one, but Rush B second on the board. Round 10. This is apparently where the CT side economy has met its match, or met its end. MP9 down mid for match. This is just a choo-choo train down mid. First one, however, doesn't spot him turning too quickly. Kinky gets his head off. That as well should be most of the threat in the round. I say most. I've seen 5-7s do ungodly things, and even today as well we've seen that. I don't want to see a repeat, though. I'm not asking for it. That is not what I need to see. But they've got him boxed in towards B already. If this side holds, if Beanox manages to get another one, they don't recognize that's not the same guy. Beanox has gone crazy with 4. Ungodly is the 5-7. One from the first flames. And now Zinni, you're about to be put out. Extinguish the flame of hope, and one more. It's Danis. MP9, the ding, and the finishing touches. My god, I am not asking for this, but we get it. 4 kills for the 5-7. How much worse can it get? You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. You don't have a trade for this. The pacing is horrendous. The spacing is horrendous. They commit with just a smoke, then realize, okay, they've got a 5-7, let's throw a bit of util, and one by one they go in and every single one gets taken out. That is everything you don't want to see. Fair play to Beanox. He makes use of a very poor round for Rush B. Gives them the middle finger, and he's now shooting up as well as the next matter to look at on this side. And statistically, it is him and Danis that do the best. Both gotta share that spotlight for numbers alone, because nobody else is even above a 1.0 rating. And in this map, they're proving to us why they should be looked at. But yeah, we've got a couple of kills for Danis. He's up to 17, but we're not done yet with half either, so he can definitely go for more. Around 11, down to a 1-on-2 now with Mass to try and deny. If these last two rounds don't get picked up by Rush B, I don't see them even winning this one. I was imagining this to just be a stomp map. One was going to be the eye test. The only test in Rush B. They passed it with flying marks, A+ all around. And here things are different. We've got a very angry Danis that he didn't get a stay in map number 1. Also, when you look back at that first map, it was Kinky who had 17 and I think 7 statistics for the first half of play. Ended the map on 21. Actually, no. 18 and 9 is what his stats were for the map for the first half.
Terrorists win.
Danis has a chance to go above that as well, or at least match it. And on a map like Inferno as well, that's not what you're really putting the AWP up to be, so outperforming the expectations, you might say. Well, let's see. Rush B, you take this, you gotta at least salvage this first half. But you can never come back from what is still the mental game of 7-0. Lost against 5-7. It's that insult to injury. That is something they'll have to forget. It's something I want to scrub from my own brain as well. And I do... Please, no. I don't want to see these repeats. I see the 5-7. It's way too good of a pistol. And to put in the hands of professionals, it's way too strong. It doesn't matter what you have on the other side. 5 AWPs watching just 2 doors from T-spawn. 157. I bet everything I have the 5-7. It's that good. Beanox, couple of his own as well here toward the top of Banana. And Kiro left it at 1v3. Executor with Blitz having been removed. What the hell am I watching? Oh my god, what is this? How? Beanox holds... he's the hero here toward the B side. They had their couple of retakes as well. They managed to get out, but... he really is now, late half the savior for his team. 9-3, and I say if they don't pick up the 8-4, yeah, well, I got issues now. Ay, ay, ay. How the hell? Rush B T side is supposed to be good. They've got a 62% win rate rounded up. When it comes to T side, they get 3. Like, that is just not it. I know sometimes your opponent can have a good day, but you cannot have this bad of a day when it comes to your own map pick. Or, I guess you can have a worse one as well, looking back at Anubis, but you shouldn't ever be doing something as poorly as that first half. Mistakes. Blunders. And now for the retake. What do you got? Kinky? Tech. Oh, Tech Knight, not Tech Knight. Dual Berettas, but a masked dual kill as well. Then he has smoke. Can try to make him forward, but not deploying that smoke immediately would have absolutely got him closer instead of one-stack kit. Takes the duel, and Beanox says, nah, get out. Sangal, they're going to be taking a map, or this map by the range and headed toward number 10. Welcome to the nuke waiting room. This is not what I expected. I don't know how we're here. But, Sangal, if you've decided to wake up, well, it's nice to see that. As long as this doesn't drag out all too much, because... now, switching topics here a little bit. I am all Inferno'd out. I think this has recently become my second least favorite map. Right behind Dust 2 that I will never stop hating. Inferno is right behind it as the second hated map. This has become so stale with the map being just protocols of the first minute or so, first 40, 50 seconds, you wait for nades and smokes and mollies to fade. You might get a CT side pushing down a banana, and probably as well that gets respected in most cases. It's such a boring map to play or to watch. Because it is so rigid in my eyes, from what I've gotten to see as well in recent times. I like this exploration toward the A side. That's kind of going against that notion. Inky's decided to immediately explore mid as well, and he's not alone either. They're just gonna know. You can stack B here if you want to. Shot's taken, a rotation's made at 20 seconds. That smoke as well is gonna buy valuable time, but going to go through that as well into the side. We had a CT side of Sangal win one of these rounds, but apparently no such luck for Rush B. 11 picked up. Nuke is where this one seemingly gets decided. At best, couple of Desert Eagles here for the CT side. A 5-7 or 2, you know, maybe. Steps made out the utility there. With an XM, I do like it. The little things in life, the spice, the variety. Think that 2 HP. I think with a 5-7. In fact, it's looking he's been forced off. He's looking for a miracle timing here. A godsend, he gets it, but not the instant kill. The round gets decided with the B-side players decided to just call it quits and save it here. And it's a sad story state when you have to save 5-7s out of this, or 5-7 out of this as Eagle. You know, sometimes you're gonna cruise life by saying, it is what it is. And right now, that should be what Rush B is thinking. Just try to forget about this one. Same way Sungal apparently forgot about map 1. Number 13-1. Beating. To administering one of their own Smackdowns on Inferno. I don't know. Like, it makes so little sense to me. Yeah, here we are. Seeing it right in front of our eyes, and that is all we have. Five kills separate us from Nuke, and I'm kind of seeing this one being the same exact story as Anubis, where there's no fumbling this bag. Or ball, whatever. Bells are ringing. Graves dug. Inferno. A hellhole of a map, and we are going to be done with this in mere seconds, apparently. Wow. Clean and cleaned up as well. GG go next. Go to Nuke to decide this one. I got nothing, boys. I really wish I could tell you something, but this is just too easy of a game and too one-sided, simply put. So, I got nothing. 13-1 to a 13-3. We swap who picked each map, apparently. I don't know how the hell this is ever supposed to happen. But we see it here, so we can't really argue with it, can we? And instead of we come back with Nuke, I'm gonna go figure out my life, contemplate a little bit, and try to wonder how the hell does that... How is that the same game we just have on map 1? I suggest you guys maybe do the same, contemplate, and we'll come back after this break for map number 3. We'll see you on Nuke. Alrighty then. Welcome back. Map number 3 awaits us here, and it is Nuke. I don't know how we get here, but we put all that question behind us and think of this as a best of one on Nuke. Makes it a whole lot easier now from here on out, I'd say. Map 1 and 2 is such stomps, and that is all there is got to be to it. So, we got a ramp set up for the CT side, waiting for rush speed to give them any sort of contact, any idea which way they're going. But at the moment, patient game. Finally. Some movement. Gets planted. 5-on-5 for the retake. One flash and in they go. Storming the side. CTs 1, 2, 3, 4. And now they're cutting these numbers up quickly. Not much of a chance or a fight to give it to that east side here. Hero, in a near impossible situation, almost got himself a slightly more doable, but needed to nail the shot instantaneously, and with that not happening, round itself does come to an end. It's a great pistol there for Sangal. Retake. As clean as it really can be. Was my start with the smokes outside, but Beanox has a lot of space here. Of course, the question is, are they in the smokes or trying to walk through? It seems like we are going to be walking it right past them, at least with one, but anymore, that's a different question. They might have to find themselves an entry as well, with the bullets now being removed from the round. A lot of space to move with here. Down another man. Suddenly, this is a round that we are not expecting here, but I don't think the expectations matter at this point. This is going to be a round, apparently, for the CT side. Have to save. Quick back and forth to start off this one. That's fair. That almost fits the game.
Terrorists win.
So, one at the board. Now, are we finally going to have a back and forth that goes throughout the entirety of the match? That's my question. Gotta find out. Already plenty of views will go back outside as well from both sides. first minute already gone as well. It is slow here. Eventually. Eventually, right? There you go. An opening with 40 seconds and now less. They're still too afraid to enter. This is such an awkward round for Rush B. Like, what are they going? Like, one's on the roof, one on a ramp, one's outside. They just give this one. They're just gonna save here. What? No. Nope, they're still trying. What is happening? I don't know. Time completely gone, and yeah, maybe they should have saved at that point. What the hell is happening? I got nothing here. I got nothing. Either way, Sangal, they bite their lips at this one, think a juicy second round and a chance for that third. I do question Rush B's decision here to keep forcing Rise. Not like that last round was extremely close in any sort of way either, so financial incentive I don't think is exactly there, but they've managed to get themselves toward the lowest side, and even a better Executor with an AK now in his hands. Almost like to be fought for. Danielson blitz at ramp there. Wait. Put in the gun barrel. Give it a jiggle. Down he goes. Vent's next rotation dealt with as well. And apparently, forced by here, back into it. Rush. That is the correct choice to make, and even better. They're going to be taking everybody down with them. Upgrades, people. 3 AKs and a M4 is what they come out of with this round. On top of the wind, tied up yet again. I really don't like these force buys. I think they do put too much strain. But I guess it doesn't matter here either, because we've already got a CT side with the advantage rotation as well. They're thinking about it, but apparently you still decide against it. I just want to play this one together with the advantage and the numbers they have toward the A side. There's no telling which way these rounds will go. Even in this situation, there is a very likely chance we still head back up the bench towards A, and I would not be surprised. One foul by Zenny. The site hold is still here, and are we actually going up bench? I think so. No, no, okay. It is the B commitment. It is the bomb plant in the smoke. And it is the CT side forced by payoff here. What is happening? Why are we forcing and winning every single one of these rounds? Like, Rush me at this point, his customers go for it again. For what it, like, why? How on earth is every single force buy just the win at this point? And just poor across the board. I guess I did say I wanted some sort of back and forth instead of the stomp of map 1 and 2. Here they've run themselves toward the A side. Smoke is decent for Mary, advising a lot of other teammates can rotate. Hello! We finally deal with the force buy. Only took us, what, 6 rounds? Seems after we finally get something done here and maybe add a sense of normalcy to the game here. Desert Eagles, pistols, there's a whole bunch of them. Got a Glock Tech 9, another Glock Desert Eagle. And now they're slowly being whittled away. Last one was already clean enough as it was. Seems like this one is going to be kept even more so. Dangal's economy gets a quick burst from it. Just gotta find this last man. There you go. PC side, finances, finally looking good. We've got the game officially started. It's 5-2, and now we're getting the first proper gun around of the game. Here's the util. Most deployed and outside as well, however, in control by Sangal. They're gonna know there's nothing here. Should find himself at least one. Just gotta look up there. Hello. Goodbye. Bit of noise to be made. Up ladder into another T side. Plays Taxi up on the roof waiting for him. And with that as well, that's just the first minute, by the way. Meaning Rush B now actually have the opportunity to return back outside, and this time for real. Finding one back by Mary as well. An advantage back to side of Sangal. Executio will take it back again on his own. CT side. They had the advantage no more. It isn't a wrap coming through. Time is the issue, and that's what I'm worried about, especially now. No, Mary's got this round packed up, no matter what happens. Dexy is never going to be ready for that with so much attention on Danis. It is played very well by the last few. This, however, I'm not a fan of. Has that control. They've got him locked in. He can back away and play the advantage there with Mass after finding the first kill. You can maybe say that you don't have to. Right, at that point, they already spend so much utility outside with those smokes only. It would be difficult to make a round out of it still to full commit with a second wave of smokes. Maybe you can still make that work, but looking at the post plant, that's where things might come. That might be very difficult, and that's the issue. So I can kind of see why he might still want to push there as well, but disengaging just felt slightly better, and even that is a tangent that we, in the end, apparently don't really need to talk about it too much, right? We already have the finances for Sangal still A-okay. They got the round, even better. And at Rushby, they've got some tech issues. Exactly, yeah. Exactly what the case is. What the issue is at the moment. But could be one of many things. Could be internet. Can't cheat the game. You never know. Instead, alright, we'll just have to wait this one out. I had one, didn't take us too long previously, so maybe it is a okay time for all of you guys at home as well. Just grab some water, coffee, whatever you guys might need. Whatever is your favorite drink. I mean, it's normally tea, as one that I go for. Sometimes, early morning, it's like this, I do go for coffee. But beyond that, never really there for me, never something that I drink. But, talk of drinks, let's shelf that. We got Zinni back at the server. We are good to go. We're counting down the clock, so if you did go get something, do come back. No hurry, no rush. This one, I'm gonna assume, will not be too crazy. But I've already been wrong about these today a fair few times, so... maybe Rushby decided to show us what they got in a Tech 9 buy, like so. An Executor runs out, finds the opening, and the rest down the vents. Able to escape, and with a fair bit of damage taken at least, that's something there to be happy about for the CT side. Even more so now, Blitz blows up Zinni. Bomb can't be planted either, not with the Overwatch to be delivered by Blitz, but Danny still gets that first. Bomb down, officially down completely. Not planted, that's different. And Kinky is left alone at 1-on-3. Tech 9 and a dream. First one found, the Blitz as well. Allowed them to sneak out is crazy. And with that bomb on me, I don't know why Master is still up on A. I simply do not understand that. Giving him a lot of respect toward the lower side. They're still just waiting for him. They're essentially letting him plant for free. There's that duel. Why are you taking this 1 versus 1? Mary, better get this kill, because that is a risk unnecessary. With the way Mass is playing, that is a almost horrendous situation you're giving up. I'm just not a fan of how many of these rounds and situations in this entire series as a whole have been played insanely poorly. Like, decision-making today has not been on point. But I am, I got nothing. Back to even numbers. Outside with 40 seconds here. I really just don't like the way they play these rounds. The positioning and getting caught is so weird. Like, it's so awkward to be in these positions. Like, look at this. Mask, at least dodges the knife, sure, but the fact that you are just getting caught out like this, you got 40 seconds, you're roaming outside so far as well is crazy for Mari. Like, they're winning most of these rounds in that song outside, don't get me wrong. But it's so weird. It keeps happening. It's not an isolated incident, which is the issue I have. If it happened like once, maybe twice, sure, that's whatever. Not the biggest deal, but so many times, that is the issue. Now, was A. T-side, a turn one on in. Mari welcomes 1 and 2. CT-side, they managed to get themselves a denial of the entries. He'll deploy to Rush B, however, they have pressed the pause button here. Slowed down completely in Bengal in the meantime. Again, they're exploring all these avenues where they could be. All of the door blown up. They still have a little bit more youth on that T side as well, so the approach shouldn't be all too bad. They gotta do smoke off the window. Most likely you throw a Molotov through. That makes a lot of sense in my eyes. In my brain. Going to approach. First player already low HP in Bass. Now spots them. He knows they're here. There's that Molotov. Now forced to fight from both. The trade potential there. Don't capitalize the board. That is a crazy move of Vinny. Crossing back into the crosshair. Beanox finds him. Kira alone. I know he planted the bomb, but he's not opened any single door, so he's stuck on sight. A death trap. No way out. Even there, it's giving up these fights. In such an easy manner as well. Like, there you almost essentially have that bomb plant confirmed. All you have to do is smoke, throw that Molotov, you get a bomb plant somewhere covering single door, and then you can play that 3v4 in the post plant instead. But they don't want to give away the plan again. And then just, well, give away the kills instead. It's crazy. It is crazy. It is rough. Last shot to have suddenly upon us as well. Now, get at least 4. That is enough to play with. They will check Blitz. Dennis approaches. AWP ding. Molly at his feet. No way to escape. Even if he tried, the flames would have consumed him, I'm fairly certain. And we're left in a 3-on-3. Jaxio outside, and he's waiting. Nobody's going to walk into his crosshair instead. They've managed to slip by. There's going to be... Beanox. More secret stairs. Mari's waiting as well. This ain't cheeky angle. We already saw him play this once. Or somebody. Guarding both heaven and hell from quite a position. Not gonna be something anybody's gonna be checking at the first hurdle either. Does get a drop. Now down he goes and to the grave. It's too masked to clutch up here. Knows one's outside and one's heaven. 30 seconds left which way they're going. Is all the noise been made by Taxi and he just nailed a quick shot. Rush B do take a fourth at halftime. You can work with that. It's not great, it's not advised, but it is enough to not immediately go out here. You're still a little bit reliant on that pistol. But crazier comebacks have been made either way. And crazier games have been played in today's series as well. Second half hopefully starting any second. I think we're waiting for players to say they're all ready and good to go. Usually doesn't take all too long. Might be a quick bathroom break. You never know with these. A lot of chat ticks and a lot of nothing. Finally, counting down. All right. Second half. Coming right up, and this one is to decide the entire series as well. Now, those who are unaware, on next series of the day, that was supposed to be Saber versus Alliance, has been forfeited by Alliance. They have themselves the Elisa Nordic Vasa tournament coming up soon. Starting tomorrow, and I think either today, they were already traveling, or they're there today and just unable to make it for the game, preparing for that one instead. So, again, Alliance forfeit this next match, and thus meaning after this one, we've got about 3 hours of a break. Copenhagen Wolves, ex-Permitta, that's the next and final game of the day. That's going to be played in the evening at 7 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Or 6 p.m. British Summer Time as well. But, yeah. Outside Mary Scott the First, Sexy Dad and Sangal trying to get themselves that number 9. And Mary immediately makes his way back underneath heaven. That's funny. And it remains in Sangal to decide which way they want to lead. Ask down the stairs definitely tells us what the initial plan is. Depending on contact, they might be still willing to pull back. Or no, full send. I think that's the play here. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see. With 2 players up in heaven there for a while, that is where things will maybe shake things up. But no. Down ramp is the way they go. Kuro does get himself the safety to cover behind the single door for a while. 45 seconds. A-side, however, taking it completely over as well with Mask planting the bomb. It is full heaven. While a smoke and a kit is there. Kuro can try to use, but there's 3 players shooting at him. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out. I respect the effort. It's a baller move. Use that T-side smoke to your own advantage. But it's not worked out. I'll go 9 on the board. I respect the Zeus. Not going to be seeing much action from it by the look of current things, but Rush B as well, they're kind of sensing that a ramp is probably not the play. Zeus running. Zeus has tried. It tried its best. Didn't work, and that's 2 kills still for the CT side. It's not half bad. They've currently got away with the Galil and a Mac 10. Galil you can try to save, Mac 10 you can hunt with. But current exits into T-spawn. Dexy's gonna have to make noise if he wants to get these kills. Hold on, is Blitz dead at the bomb? No, I think he's fine. No, he's not. I lied. Wow. On the paper, 3 casualties for T's side, and a weapon being picked up for Kinky as well. Not with 10 on the board, Rush B. Now's your time. I guess this game really was decided on the 4 spies at the start of the game. So what, 3 or 4 of them going back and forth, then Rush B eventually had the 4th with the Sangal shutting them down, and that's when things did not continue. That Sangal kind of ran away with it, as we can now tell. It's slow. We want to see this. I really don't like how slow it is, but 25 seconds on the clock. The site is going to be well defended here. Jansen Beanox, now just Beanox, has an entire clutch to come up with. Kira's going to miss the timing. He's going to be guarding that ladder, and I don't think even Beanox wants to try this. They have his weapon, Sangal. They wasted the entire clock of the round, and this is their prize. Just a second or two late. Nade rings out, and Kiro lucky to be alive at that point as well. It's close, but not close enough. 5 on the board. Any hope? They at least have that. Wacky force buy, and we are right back to where we started off this game as well. The boost is good. Exactly so. Down to half HP, Molly deployed. Angle unable to chase him down immediately, but they have trapped him here toward the B side now. Doesn't help the CT side that Kiro is now making a rotation to assist either. They just assume they've got it quiet and it walked back, and now he does decide to come back. The assistance is here. He still needs to be deployed. That is a good smoke here at least, but it does still give cover. And he's having fun at the first one. I don't know how, but they've just double teamed him through the floor with a Mach 10 as well. Angle got themselves toward the side at least, but they don't have a way out anymore. Blitz maybe. And he found that kill escape up towards the A side was possible, but now it's on to Mary to collect. 2 kills, that's 1. Second on the ramp as well, and time at 15 seconds. Needs to find that bomb, needs to find its kill. 1 of the 2, there it is, the opportunities are given. And Kinky will take it. Been absent since map number 1. And for Rush B, they're finally happy to say he's somewhat back. Popping up even for a bit. Good hold. Not going to be losing, apparently, even a single man. That's a nice change from the last round. That opening, though, is crazy. Actually, shout out to your mom's cheese. Absolutely correct. Current nuke, and I'll extend it to some other maps as well. Too balanced. I really miss as well when we did have more one-sided maps, when we, or maybe not all the way back to like a 12-3 sort of score lines at that regard, but I miss when we had more one-sided halves. Where you get 4 or 5 rounds in go and you're like, okay, we can make this work. Nowadays, things are, I don't know, too balanced. I want to see these one-sided things. I want to see these comebacks happening. Even if they're somewhat expected, maybe, but when they don't happen, that just shows how dominant one team can be. Shows their expertise better. For this round, we've yet again got someone below heaven. This time it's not Mary, it's Masked, actually. Waiting if he can spot any heads, but that's not going to be given, apparently. Zinni's walked back and walked away. Well, 20 seconds. Zangal not afraid to run down the clock, but I'm afraid for what can happen here for them. Because we've seen it a couple of times already. Mask with a couple on A. Hello. With so much noise towards B, the CT side did actually rotate and did let him have a chance here. And to take 11, suddenly just Executor that is between them in this regard. And seems like that is enough. No kit, he's shifting. Even taking the long way around, is afraid of heaven. So this is going to be 11 being picked up for Zangal. AK-47 can pick that up as well. But it has to fall for the round itself. Mass makes the difference here.
Terrorists win.
Massive 2K. It's that position. It's not the first time either now they get to it. We saw that earlier in the half. This time making wonderful use out of it. But one thing is for certain, since map number 1, we have had Sangal waking up here. You look at Inferno, Danis, Vinox had a pretty damn good time. Essentially the only one who didn't was Masked at 8 kills, but Danis, 21 kills, 5 deaths on Inferno. You look at the ratings we've had of the series, you had Kinky and Texi on map 1 dropping 2.04 and 2.07. Danis goes above that at 2.16. And currently he is having to get around all the time, but so is Mary. Had to speak his name and Mary's gone. .45 down to Mad and Nade goes out, chips away. This is now Rush B with an information deficit despite the Mad advantage. Watch out for the vents. Master is trying to get down. Takes his way. There's Blitz, joins him. Kinky on a lot of hot water right now coming through. There's one. They don't check for it. They don't check. Oh, that is rough. That is real rough. Blitz. He's found at least some sort of gap to work with. Molly. Nade damage great. But there's nothing he can do. Giannis, even less he can do to help here. This is... I just don't know how to feel about this. Sangal in a couple of these rounds already. Just out of position. We only saw that on the CT side, but now in this second half is when they have a player somewhere still lurking way, way further back, assuming it's going to work out and everything's going to be all fine and dandy. But at the end, it's just so difficult to make anything work with this lurk.
Counter-terrorists win.
Another round being taken for Rush B, and it's taken us all 3 maps where we finally got a round with more than, what, 16, or more than 16 rounds in a game. 13-1, 13-3 here. Bit of back and forth for the second half. Sangal down the lowest site. This time all 5 together. I like it. Kind of rectifying that. There you go. Holding. Executor not half bad to hold at least for the first, but that's all he'll manage to get. With 25 seconds, utility is good.
Bomb has been planted.
pulling them back even further to still remain. Both from ramp. I'm not a fan of these retakes, but there's not a lot of opportunities.
Terrorists win.
And coming back for it, Sangal. All 5 as a group hit the B side. They traded out and 4-12. Hopes and dreams of anything Rushby have here to hold on to this series after a destructive first game, or first map. All that bark they had, turns out no more bite. That is... Oh. God damn. Yeah, that's it. It's taken us a long, long time, way too long in my eyes, to finish this series, but into the end, it is Sangal. They don't waste the sort of comeback they make on map number 1. They get it done in 3 here. From 30-1, getting decimated on at the start. Outdone. And here we are in map 3. They've made the reverse sweep, and with that, they booked their tickets into the Swiss stage. Nicely done. Nicely done. It wasn't clean by any means. There's a lot that needs to be worked on here, and it was rough. That's as simple as that. I'm going to leave the rest for subtext there. But making their way through, that means for our next game of the day, as mentioned before, Alliance having forfeit their series means that we've got about 3 hours and 20-ish minutes until that next game at 7 p.m. Central European Summer Time is when that next one comes through. Copenhagen Wolves ex-Permitta is going to be coming out then, so we've got a long break. We'll see you guys, we don't know when, but hey, with Vincent here at least to close out the day. So me, I'm done. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you guys way later.
Always wonder what comes next.
Everything must fade.
I'm happy like a child. Getting closer, I'm torn apart.
Eventually, everything must fade.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now? Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Well, hello and welcome back to CCT Europe as we jump in and through some of these play-in deciders. We got one more left to play here this evening. It's been a little bit of an off and on day, a little bit of a break, Saber, given the win over Alliance as they forfeit their matchup. So we didn't get the privilege of that one, but we do get the privilege of this final best of three to see who moves forward, who moves in to the actual Swiss stage, and who will be left here in the play-ins. It's Copenhagen Wolves up against the ex-Permitta squad, and I'm excited for this one. This is going to be a lot of fun. But let's take a little moment to talk about this Copenhagen Wolves roster, because it's actually been a hot minute since I've gotten the privilege of casting Copenhagen Wolves. It's been a while, but a very different looking squad than I last got to see. But Tapeware, the sole remaining piece, I've been a big fan of his in-game leadership. I think that building around this guy is the perfect way to approach things if you're this Copenhagen Wolves roster. And they've put surrounding him a lot of interesting pieces, right? Like Quez, obviously, as you can see from the jersey, previously with Sashi, but like a ton of different teams that Quez has been a part of. Natios, a little bit more of a newer face, one that you may not have seen as much here recently, but had some good time in a mixed team previously, but he's a little bit of a newer face into the space. And then Jaquinho and Bielini, two players that I think are like individually like pretty good. Bielini I saw more recently, like I think initially in like PG Turo, but then was on Illuminar at the end of last year, got picked up by this Copenhagen Wolves roster, and has been decent ever since. Jaquinho, I think everybody remembers him from his time in Metasport, but as a whole is a very viable piece. I think the like only weakness I find for this Copenhagen Wolves team is I don't know who's like meant to be the huge firepower. Like I feel like there's not necessarily that guy. Mathios has been doing a good job of making that be a reality, but and if that's something that I can see consistently, then I'm right there for it. But as a whole, this is the type of team that maybe I could have like questions about, but I'm excited to see where they go. But we move over to the ex-Permitta team as well. This is an interesting one. They were just playing in a different tournament with Patrick, and now they're playing with Tionyx in this one. I don't really understand like what the roster situation is, but what I do know is that this core, even prior to their time on Permitta at the first like 5 or 6 months of this year, prior to that, this was still like a core that's been together for a long time. Twixar, Korean, and Orbit, alongside Tionyx, have been together since like March of 2023. They were under GHR at the time, so this is a team with a lot of experience together. I think my struggles is that I need to see them, take that step up. This is not like a super young team either. This is a team with a relatively large amount of experience, but just I think all of the pieces of this squad have struggled to take that next step up. Foster is kind of the only guy that is more on the younger side, has maybe not necessarily had that same level of experience, but has been playing under this ex-Permitta team, or when they were under Permitta through the opening 6 months of the year. So this should be, I think, expectation-wise for ex-Permitta, this should be a very approachable game, very winnable game, if you will, even though I think I would rate Copenhagen Wolves a little bit higher. But as we jump into this head-to-head, I think Foster has been good, which kind of leads me to the question, like on HLTV, he's not part of the like ex-Permitta roster, even though he was like part of the main roster. So I don't know what their roster situation is. It seems a little bit chaotic, but he's been good. He's been looking strong. And I think that that's something that they can continue to lean on, that they can continue to look at. Up against Matios, though, I've mentioned before that I had questions about where the firepower is meant to be for this Copenhagen Wolves roster, and Mathios, based on his recent results, seems like that's where they're putting all their resources. That's where they're able to rely on an individual to step up big time and have these high impact moments across the board. But regardless, I think that leads us pretty nicely into our veto, where listen, we can talk a little bit about where this leads. It's nobody has any That's funny. Nobody has any logos, so you might not be able to tell. But it is Copenhagen Wolves that pick Ancient, and it's ex-Permitta that pick into Anubis. Ancient's been a good map for this Copenhagen Wolves roster for quite a while, so I see that as a pretty big win. Obviously, Anubis has got some question marks around it. I know that ex-Permitta have also had some tough losses in there, but in the group stage of this event, we've seen Copenhagen Wolves lose on that Anubis up against Saber. There was not the greatest of results for them, but on the other side of things, Permitta, like when they were under the Permitta name, Anubis was at the top of their table. They liked Anubis. They played it well. They played it more often than other maps. They also played a lot of Ancient, by the way, with a really bad win rate on Ancient. So I think that's another win in the column there for Copenhagen Wolves coming into this one. But I think my takeaway from this veto is that more than likely, I back Copenhagen Wolves to take this series. Now, how significant of an advantage that is, I think we're gonna have to see what Anubis looks like, because I think there's a world where Copenhagen Wolves can win on Anubis. I think that's probably more of like a 70-30, 30% chance for Copenhagen Wolves. We'll jump into Anubis though to start things off and have a good time with this thing. So I'm excited to see what it is. I also mentioned, right, that ex-Permitta, they just got finished with another series, so they've had a really fast turnaround time. They've had to get themselves ready and rolling in like 10-15 minutes between matchups, so not exactly ideal for those guys at the very least. Leading into a pistol round, though. Pretty careful on this approach. Our ex-Permitta, they find nobody home over an E-Box. This 4B stack is not looking like it's going to be paying off, but the longer the Copenhagen Wolves take to set up this A play, the longer the Permitta have to get back into position. I don't think it's going to be fast enough, though. Orbit left on the outside looking in, and will maintain space at Game Ender at the very least. But that allows Copenhagen Wolves to just get the bomb down without any opposition. Mathios with a nice shot. It's a flood in the same area. Tapeware goes for 2, and though Mathios falls, it's all up to Twixart, who is backing away slowly and then a little bit quicker, settling to hopefully pick up a couple of exits, but unlikely to find too many. We'll be able to save the Kevlar at least. At least should be.
Terrorists win.
Quez is on the hunt, but it's a slow hunt. He's just walking it down, so isn't going to end up seeing anything. Copenhagen Wolves, it's a opening victory. This iteration of Copenhagen Wolves on Anubis, statistically not that great, but I will say that previous Copenhagen Wolves rosters with Tapeware at the helm have been good on Anubis. So with their T-side start, I do think that there's a lot of threat there. You can't write them off. Good to see a full investment though from Permitta. They go all the way in and take this mid fight super aggressive, and they get rocked, cut down at the knees. There's no issues whatsoever here for Copenhagen Wolves. They're going to lose Tapeware in the process, but Mathios, who is the low HP player, isn't going to be found, and Copenhagen Wolves keep everybody but Tapeware alive. Those are losses that you're happy to deal with, and so that force buy it falls flat instantly. I mean, that Permitta are going to have to eco into this round. Basically the same setup as the pistol. They got 4 on beat. Hoping that maybe they're going to get a better run out of the cards this round than on the pistol, where the A hit comes through. Aggression as well, the form of Twixar over on A. He's about to step out. Tapeware's in some trouble. Yeah, he's going to go down, so they're going to speed up right into the stack. This is perfect, actually, for Permitta. Diligence for Quez. Going to connect onto the frag there. And if Foster is able to grab a couple with his deagle, it leaves just one man, Twixart, who I guess was spotted previously. That's a lot of damage, though, for what that round really is. That's a full eco. Yes, upgrades, but they can afford those with the loss bonus at 3. Forcing quite a few repurchases. Jaquinho going to get onto an op as fast as possible. It's Copenhagen Wolves actually to take a timeout. Tactical. With the rip here. That's fun to see. I think that, you know, a lot of teams are going to wait until things are going wrong. Understandably so, to a certain degree, to take this tack pause. But Copenhagen Wolves, they know how much damage was done in the previous round. And it's not a bad idea to just make sure everyone understands, okay, what the plan is, what we're doing. Especially if there's some more moving pieces to this attack plan from Tapeware. It looks like a pretty hefty B play off the rib. Nice shot from Jaquinho. That's Tionyx, who's on the back of the B site, gets removed. And it's not really just a commitment off the back of that. Copenhagen Wolves are going to just spread back out, play this slow. Let some themselves get back into additional positions. Op is currently in middle. Good set of utility. There's 2 Molotovs for Copenhagen Wolves to take the door control. The op is Korean. Watches and waits. Tapeware will fall. So now, I think more than likely, Copenhagen Wolves to group back up and ready to actually take a site. Eleni gonna continue to step forward. Does he have a smoke, though? No, just an HE. So the amount of pressure that he can really apply is going to be limited. He'll head out onto B. Inside the smoke is Foster, and the flashbang sends him through. Jaquinho's trade is efficient, though Twixart back at the site, still effective. Jaquinho locked out. His own teammate Smoke really problematic as Bielini hasn't seen that he's crossed over, and so Twixart gets another freebie. Twixart with 2. And it will leave Jaquinho to try and save 18 seconds. Very forward position from Orbit. You mean that not so effective? Nice round for ex-Permitta. They get on the board. So to be honest with you, I think it really comes down to how Copenhagen Wolves are more disjointed than they should be. They needed to wait for that B attack for their other rifler to get into position to actually play off of one another. Bielini needed to be in the mix. And I think they just thought they had the timing on B when, to be fair, they did have a bit of a timing. Just wasn't so successful. We're going to lose Quez momentarily, but he's back instantly. Permitta team, it's kind of interesting to me. I don't really know that I quite understand it all that much. Is this core of Twixart, Korean, Orbit, Tionyx, they've been playing together for quite a while. And I think that the fact that they've been together for so long, but also that this is the most consistent any one of them has been on a team, Kind of leads me to believe that they've maybe found a little bit of a ceiling, which is the concern for me. Especially when you're talking about a team that's not particularly young. I think we're going to get a round restore on this one. So, it just leads me to believe that we've kind of seen some of the best out of this team. And I think that could be part of the reason we're seeing so many, like all those roster questions where they're playing with different rosters in different events. Now that they're no longer with the Permitta organization. This is a team, though, that I've been impressed with how I think they can get their peak can be higher than the individual sum of the parts that surround it. Which, you kind of expect from a team that's been together for so long. Either way, we'll get the round restored and this tech pause finished off. One more purchase here for the Wolves. They go in all. Quino saved Opto, very effective. You would hope Tapework going to just take all this space at mid. He gets a flash, doesn't see anything at all in camera. And they're going to be fast A. You would think, based on the two players in rugs, or the player in rugs, excuse me, but once again, Twixar is looking to take space. This reaction from ex-Permitta is really strong. They've got all of main. They've full canal control on the CT side in reaction to Copenhagen Wolves taking mid. This is about as good as it gets. Tapework going to go down. They need this trade immediately because Twixar are so separated. They're really concerned about E-Box, and they should be. They're just going to leave this? Oh, this is bad news. Where's the bomb dropped as well? Doesn't seem within the hands of the T's. Somebody's going to have to go back and get that. They're routing towards B, or at least looking that direction from middle. I think Matthews is going to be the one to have to grab the bomb. Big Q, though. Onyx is now the only one who can have an impact on this initial outswing. Foster is over in E-Box, but currently they're sort of selling that this is meant to be A. That's with Quez tossing all these utility. They aren't going to bite. Great work. And it's just the one from Foster. He grabs another one. So it's set up for Korean. 1-on-2. It certainly looks a little bit more viable. He's grabbed the Galil, though. But he has a kit. Low HP on the Bielany. That smoke is a really frustrating blocker. Going to buy time off this clock as now Bielany posted on his angle. They seem to know exactly where he's coming from. Jiggle isn't effective, and Korean goes down. So the Wolves bounce back after their one-round hiatus. Not 4 straight, but it's close enough. How does this go so wrong? That's the question. And to maybe pose the answer, right? Copenhagen Wolves get so much done by pathing through Temple. Get 2 kills there. The attempted crunch back towards mid. I don't think Permitta even needed to fight mid, considering how much space they had in main, or B main specifically. They'd gotten through A main. They were in canals. They had everything. They knew they were mid, and they fought anyway. Twixar's been constant in his pressure in this area of the map. A main, he's pushed almost every round. And finally, he's going to get punished. It feels like that was coming sooner or later. Permitta's reaction to losing Twixar, though, is going to be to add another defender over on the A bomb site. Seems like the right reaction considering that this A attack's coming in now. Boost over the smoke? No, they don't see anybody, but Matios tracks Orbit, who is the booster. The boostee runs for the hills. Escape made for Korean. And so they're going to try and save. Yeleni trying to stop that, though. He doesn't even get traded. Start over in middle. I'm taking off of this. Ooh, Tionyx gets a shot at Bielany, but this is it. That was a back turn. Foster's position now very well known, but I don't think Copenhagen Wolves really have the finances to like fight hard for this.
Terrorists win.
And so they'll leave them with what they got. Tionyx recovering the M4 from Korean's body. Permitta leveling up into a buy round. Hopefully, they'll be able to convert this one. The fact that they get these saves, though, so very helpful in the process of doing that. We see a very different approach. This is super mid-heavy in comparison to what it's been. I talked about Twixar and how consistent he's been aggressive at A. Copenhagen Wolves have put a lot of their resources in that area of the map already in the first 30 seconds. So I'm wondering if, yeah, the reaction is just going to be, okay, well, he's not here. Something's up. Let's just take A. And that seems exactly what it is. They get a full exec going fast, and nobody's here to receive it. I think that we're looking at a 5-man save almost, especially if Bielany gets anything on this lurk. They've just searched for this and seen nothing. Oh, but he's not going to take the first step forward. It's going to be a little bit late. They've got to wait for these smokes to go through, and it's going to be the later attempt. Bielany misses the mark. Now things start to get complicated. Quez needs his, but he misses the mark as well. Tapeware now isolated. Does a ton of damage, but they're on the bomb. They're on the bomb, and nobody is denying it. Nobody can even have that impact. That smoke covers it off, and Jaquinho falls. It's last second down to the mark. But ex-Permitta with no kit, get a 10-second defuse inside a smoke to steal away the round. Bielany missed the timing. I mean, this is, to be honest with you, where the round is lost is Bielany not being able to get anything at the mid flank. Did so well to stay passive, and then you have just 1 or 2 seconds where you need to take that aggressive stance, and unfortunately, he doesn't. When one round, though, is not going to do. Going to need a little bit more than that. Ooh, and a nice shot. Jaquinho might have gotten dinged, but he'll be put into an early grave. These Twix are put into an early grave. Korean going to step forward. Nice work for Quez to go down. They really chasing after him. They can't allow him to survive, they feel, but it's at the cost of everyone else. Orbit slides in. He's on the board for 3 kills in this round, and Bielany with a 1v4 that seems oh so hard. He's running out of bullets, but he's hit the heads of 2 of them. Now about another one. Bielany, only a couple bullets remain, but he takes the fight anyway. Almost a 1v4, but almost will not do. This was nasty. I honestly just wish that he'd taken the time to reload. He had so much time. You know, that might be a classic overheat moment from Bielany. I mean, I don't blame him. Bro was having a clip until he wasn't. Limitations to this round for Copenhagen Wolves. The Pistols don't find a way to break through. It's clean, that sweep for ex-Permitta. Hold off the B attack with ease. And they start to build their own economy up bit by bit. 4 rounds now. Copenhagen Wolves making some tactical errors, I think. You know, deciding that they need to fight the Opper stuck in A main as opposed to just taking the site and like having the site. You know, they understandably they need to take some space somewhere, but running through smoke in A main to do it pulls all their attention away, allows for ex-Permitta to flood the site on the other side. I think it would have been better to take the fight to Orbit as an example over in Heaven. Regardless, we got another buy round from the Wolves. I mean, buy rounds may be a pretty strong way to put it. They have guns, quite limited in their utility belt. 2 players just picking up the bare minimum molly and smoke. Permitta chilling with their aggression that we were talking about pretty much the entirety of this half. They slowed things down significantly. Not really fighting over in B. Big mid control though right now for Bielany. The Wolves have a lot to work with, and they're currently throwing a main progression too. So with mid and a main, taking this reaction from Permitta, it's so overzealous. They've got everybody. These A hits have been constant, and they've got everybody rotated off. Foster's just looked away. And as they start to fade in, that's when Bielany walks through the smoke, cuts him off at the knees. And there's just one man left here over on street. That's going to be Tionyx. Bielany got to be careful. He's getting flanked, though. He's going to get the kill before it becomes a problem. Masterful on the rotations. They pull him away. The Wolves walk in, and they chomp on their prey. What a round from Bielany. Nearly had a 1v4 a couple of rounds ago. Looked beautiful in that process. Doesn't get it across the board. And now it's 4 kills in the lurk through mid. Or 3 kills, excuse me. Orbit saves. Money great here for ex-Permitta, but they'll take their first tack. Going to be an interesting round because money's on a knife's edge. Not so much for Copenhagen Wolves, though it's, you know, not going to be perfect, especially if they don't get bomb plant. But Permitta, especially, near broke here if they don't win. So for Copenhagen Wolves, this round victory could mean more than just 1. It could realistically mean 2. They played their cards right. Double up in mid for Permitta. Often instead of this A main play, they've now moved to middle. Gonna fall off of it though. Resmoke for house. And still, they're feeling this pressure over at A. Orbit doesn't want to stick around too long. They're gonna reroute back to B. They haven't pulled the rotators in the same fashion, but there's only 2 here on Bravo. By the time they actually throw the utility to get themselves into position, I feel like, yeah, already a 3rd man has arrived. Another Molotov. They're gonna break through this anyway. They're gonna fight forward with Mathios at the helm. That nade chunks down Foster in the back of the site. And Yeleny will get Korean. There's still 1 man here. Foster alive, but not for long. He goes down after just a singular. Twixar on a fast flank. That nade's meant to chase down the planter, but it's unsuccessful. Does chip damage. Twixar, that first activation. Now they know where both the CTs remaining are located. Well, flash. Going to be problematic now as Orbit continues to break through. Bielany, the next at bat, but he falls. Quez is full health. But it's not enough. Orbit does all the retake prowess from this individual. Leveling ex-Permitta up to another round. He did it at A, and he's done it at B. That's 3 kills on the retake for Orbit. Like I said, Copenhagen Wolves, their economy in a better position than ex-Permitta's were. 5-round CT side, I'm feeling quite confident about that. Bielany, he gets best in tape. We're hoping that he finds a trade, but he only finds death on the other side of that door. Aquino, it's a late refrag, and it's better than nothing. Don't get me wrong, but it's not good. Wolves in trouble. Seeing a tied scoreline at half. Great work as Orbit nearly caught out with just utility in hand. Ends up getting the gun, and it's right into the crosshairs of Korean. I thought he's having a stinker, and it doesn't change now. Jaquinho walks him up and puts him down. Oh, but this should be not impossible to break through this up against 2 guys. The rifle's not next to him, so they're going to just walk into it. Rifle gets there, but Tionyx puts it to bed. A 6-6 scoreline CT side of Anubis is very impressive, I think, for ex-Permitta. They should be quite happy with that number. I feel like more often than not, though, for Permitta, this map defined by Twixar, both good and bad. When he gets found out, then they're in trouble. When he's having a field day, which he did a lot, 12-7, then it's a whole different story. Big ups to Orbit, who was the big moment player over the course of ex-Permitta's first half. 2 times that he finds a triple kill in a very tough retake. Limits the damage. See what's next, though, for the Wolves. Move to the CT side. Three pairs of dualies. Interestingly enough. One of them over at A, hands of Quez. Got another one on Bielany at E-Box, and Mathios is holding off B main. Jiggle. Is Bielany all the info? Doesn't cost him any HP. He goes back for another look-see. It sees them start to scale. What a fadeaway there from Bielany. For the perfect way to bait them into Matthews as well. This is great setup for the Dualies. They should be scared. They are careful, considered, but it doesn't change the reality. That flashbang is going to cut them to ribbons as Matthews has a 3-piece. That is a clean pistol victory for the Copenhagen Wolves. Beautiful shot from Matthews. Theo doing a great job and giving Copenhagen Wolves that early advantage once again. Back-to-back pistol round wins. Back-to-back 4 spot is Tapeware. Ooh, sticking around. But he grabs his and then escapes with his life. Doesn't even take a tick of damage. Unopposed. Copenhagen Wolves. Matteo's going to take a dink to now. Might be in a little bit more trouble. He's called in the support of Bielany, but he gets dinked at range. This is scary. Bielany buying time. That's the hope. He finds a good timing. Oh, Jaquinho's just not got the weapon for the job. Maybe he does. Oh my gosh. Range on that shotgun's ridiculous. Should be able to recover both the M4s, not quite both of them. Quest had a FAMAS anyway, so it's a bit more expensive, but Permitta bought, so... And without a bomb plan, I just don't think Permitta are going to be interested in continuing to put that pressure on. These Tech 9s, though, are really deadly. Jaquinho, don't know that that's just the gun for the job. Unfortunately, had the worst opposition, right? Orbit actually had armor, or Kevlar at the very least, in the Tech 9. Low crawl, the Deagle misses out. It does a lot of damage. I'm already a little bit concerned about this round for Copenhagen Wolves. Nice shot. Been on low HP. Matthews still confident. Gets the vision. Onto one more. That nade. Chunky Matthews, even with low health. I should not have been concerned. He's got 4. Ace search, but doubtful that he'll be able to be the one to find it. Tape where it takes it, but that's just fine, especially with the low HP bars. Going on this fast, Permitta. He's just on the site. Matthews isn't even looking. Thought Bielany had his back. And to be fair, he gets the refrag. Now he needs to stay alive. Doesn't have anything really to work with. That smoke that he may have been able to put out that molly, but he still gets a third. It's up to a 2-on-2, though, with Quixart. And its position. They're going to take this fight. Ridiculous that Jaquinho's now sitting on a 1v2. He's so very close. Korean on the other side of the op, but Jaquinho can't quick scope it out. Seems ridiculous that they'd want to continue fighting, but it works for Permitta. So you'll take the dub. Matthews just a little bit more exposed. Impressive that Bielany gets a third there before going down. Quaz misses the trade, and Jaquinho 1v2 attempt falls. The Korean's AK. Korean happy that he's been gifted AWP. Wonderful work from ex-Permitta to get that first gun around off the blocks, but they're going to have to do a little bit more than that. Copenhagen Wolves, they're still in this round, especially with this purchase. Might not be the prettiest, and the level of utility is horrifying in some ways. That's why they're just going to keep it simple. A little off angle here with support for Tapeware. Over in middle. It's the cross on bridge. Nobody's seen this happen. Missed shot from the yacht. So Korean, his struggles continue. And they continue to fight in. Oh my goodness, Chiquinho. A double kill. And the Orbit has gotten something done over at B. It's still not enough. Tionyx going to be here. Limited what he can do. Chiquinho arrives. Foster, holy. Barely even gets to look at that before he's put down. Not ideal. It's the same situation as we saw in the first half. Copenhagen Wolves win the opening 3, lose the round against the first gun buy, and then win the next immediately. It's been anything but perfect. The Copenhagen Wolves keep taking these victories. Money awkward. Foster is currently full invested. The rest of his team is not. The Hero AK? Or are the rest going to invest? Korean has just sold everything back. Yeah. Going to see the Hero AK. No other no other sets of Kevlar. So if that AK goes down, there's nobody who's going to be able to wield it without dealing with aim punch. The boost in mid. The rest of the team going to scale off the back of that. Quez, though, close on door. This is actually a really effective position for what they're up against. Quez sees more. Isolates yet another fight, and Foster, he's one of 2 remaining. First shot goes awry for Tapeware, but he's got the vision. Bielany's got him boxed in. Boxed in and taken out. Chiquinho's killing to Orbit. Have another AK in the mix to add to Tapeware's collection. The Wolves at 11, and Permitta in a little bit of trouble. Their full loss bonus is at least going to let them buy in. Sort of goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. If Copenhagen Wolves win this round, you know, and do so, especially without giving a bomb plan away, you'd think Permitta's chances of this one probably falling to near 0. Clear V-box. A little bit off on this timing, but nobody's there to punish it. They will be hearing it, though. Chiquinho watching diligently towards mid. Catches Twixar. Now they just fall back a little bit. Great timing on that double swing. Phenomenal as both pick up 1. The B defenders loving it. And that Molotov leaves Orbit lacking. Great nade lineup. Doesn't quite do the damage I would have thought, but still perfect. Nobody loses any fights all round. It's dominant the way I said. That would be problematic for ex-Permitta, and it is 12-7. Copenhagen Wolves have themselves a map point, their opposition's pick, and 5 chances to turn this into a victory, including this one. Permitta have even less utility than they did last round, but just as good rifles. That weaponry, firepower is something that they put a lot of stock into. Interesting to me that they're slow about this, Permitta. You know, at the very rip, they're looking at a default, hoping that Copenhagen Wolves are going to be aggressive. We haven't really seen that version of Copenhagen Wolves. You know, they've had more forward holds at times, but nothing where they're even searching for aggressive fights. That's going to change. Onyx wins his, and Bielini's on the search. Oh my gosh, the Onyx blinded, but it doesn't matter. He still hits the heady. The Onyx buying time for the rest of his team to get activated. Great turn from Jaquinho. He's had a great half in the first. He continues it in the second, and it's up to Tapeware. You really don't often want to put on this position where he's got to frag his way out of a situation, but he's doing a great job of it right now. Add another to Tapeware's tally. Oh my goodness, Tapeware, he's got them all. A three-piece to close the map and close the book on the map pick of ex-Permitta. Copenhagen Wolves dominate the CT side 13-7. Permitta get one round on their T half, and it makes this a very clear picture of what we might be looking towards over on map number 2. Big victory there for the Copenhagen Wolves. They move forward at 1-0 in this series. A little bit of a questionable half, I feel like, from Permitta. They didn't have a lot of chances though. You know, they barely got into their strat book. They lost two gun rounds, and then it's on that point and they get one more half gun round considering their investments. Nothing went right. 2 pistol wins for Copenhagen Wolves. That'll help a lot. Big fan of what we saw from them, and individuals taking over when it was required. Jaquinho with a phenomenal map, and more to be seen for sure, but we saw a lot of good moments from Bielini. Regardless, Copenhagen Wolves taking the first of this series. We got at least one more map to go here today. We'll see what Ancient has to bring. Copenhagen Wolves picked it, but we're going to see what that looks like on our return. Ex-Permitta may be in some trouble as they lose their map pick over to the Copenhagen Wolves. Now we leave Ancient as our second map in the series. And potential to decide the outcome. Copenhagen Wolves up by 1 map in this series. They'll start on the T side, though. A little less than ideal usually for this Ancient. And they immediately 5 towards A. Permitta love these like 4-man stacks, it seems. Unfortunately, a lot of them have not been in the right location. You know, it's a gamble. It's really not, you know, too much you can do about it. But Copenhagen Wolves making no sound until they start to throw these smokes, and that's when Permitta will start to react. The smokes are up, and so locked out of this is the sole defender of A in Donut. Orbit won't get a chance to have impact. They're going to take towards Temple. That's a pretty darn strong setup as well in that direction. There's no flashes. There's a kit, though, for Tionyx. Bomb's already halfway, approaching the halfway mark tick. This is a little bit slow, but they'll get in there now. Chiquinho hits the first. That P250 from Big Box, very effective. It's only going to be 1-for-1, though. Big trade as Twixar gets him the mix of the dualies. They're on the bomb. They're on the bomb. Finally denied by Bielany. Get recovered for Twixar, but it seems too little too late. Looks like all will go down. Yeah, no one survives the bloodshed of the pistol round on the Wolves nor Permitta, but it is a victory for Copenhagen Wolves, who now make this 3 straight pistol round wins. Fortunately, Permitta just taking so long to even get started on that retake. They were 20 seconds left by the time they start moving. And even though they had a kit, Copenhagen Wolves had good post-plant positioning. Permitta, as per our usual arrangement, just going for this force buy. Yeleny going to spot 1 and remove them from mid. Been 3 straight pistol round wins and also 2 straight force buy losses for Permitta. Love to see them be able to take advantage. That's one way to do it. They've gotten big damage each time. Tionyx now in trouble, and that trouble will find him. Bomb easily recoverable now that smoke is up by Tapeware. Korean collects a Galil and doesn't want to give his position away, so there's no spam, no nothing. Very winnable for Korean, but he doesn't have a kit. Super committed for Tapeware. Not a lot of bullets left in that Galil, and I think that's really where Korean falls flat more than his aim failing. Copenhagen Wolves, they'll do it again. It's 3 straight on both counts, the pistol and the force buy, or the anti-force buy victory. Talking about dream starts and the lack thereof, man. Copenhagen Wolves have had such ease off the races fast. They just sprint. Got mid-control. Spam nearly on target. Korean and Twixar are taking a bunch of damage. Bossart is here with some support. It was the 5-7 that takes second contact, but unfortunately, neither do a whole lot. Quez trying to make sure he can isolate these duels. He does so. Running out of bullets. 35 ammunition there in the magazine for the Galil, but they take a step forward. It's a shooting gallery, and Mathios is tired of waiting, so he'll take his double for a 3K in the round. And I guess we continue the samesies for the third time straight. It's a 3-0 start in the half for Copenhagen Wolves. If we were to see the pattern continue, Permitta in to win this round. Heavy mid take. Got 3 people there. Two sides to that mid take. First step of it, initial utility, and then they're going to take the second step. Now they reroute back to Donut. 2 players here. Korean's one of those with the AUG. Quickstar has arrived. Smoke goes up though, blocks him out. Tapeware down, and nice trade. Korean, this Twigstar is going to get in through the smoke. They need to find him, but he's just escaped. Late lurk through the elbow smoke. Bielity only had a Mac 10. Mathios. Won't be prepared. Twigstar had crept back through the smoke after escaping. And we'll find 2 kills. It's 2 for him, 2 for Korean. Those are the big impact ones on the round. Copenhagen Wolves lose out, and we stay correct on our exact same setup on every single half. Lovely stuff. Now Copenhagen Wolves have the chance to bite back. This is the same situation as before. We've seen them beat down this first round victory fast. Ex-Permitta has struggled to even find secondary wins. Flashbang prepped. Inside the smoke is Twigstar. He gets hit by it, so that's going to give it away. Tragic for Twigstar. And it's a crunch on A that leaves Permitta lacking. I feel like they could probably just call a save now. And I think that might be what they're doing. Foster and Tionyx are about to be on the flank through elbow. They could commit to this, but I think they're just going to wait for exits and save in spawn. Yes, that's exactly what's happened. Well, it's a bit beautiful how precisely the same all 3 halves of Counter-Strike that we've watched here in this series have been. Copenhagen Wolves win the pistol. Beat the investment from Permitta. A couple of players going down. It's a free anti-eco. And Permitta win the first full buy, but then lose the next. Well, still on the hunt here. Tionyx is sort of stuck, but he doesn't get hunted down. Doesn't get removed. Nicely done. Permitta, even though they lose one of those saves, they still do have a very good buy. Those nades, where did the nades go? I thought they were going to be far more deadly. Looked on target to me, but Copenhagen Wolves don't really take any flack for trying to take lane control. Fast B play. It's going to be a little bit of a surprise, but they're not in exposed positions. Great work from Korean. Tionyx gets his. Korean now still here, and he swings out for another one. Tapeware trying to call a very high momentum type of game there by taking the fast B play. They've yet to hit the B site, and they get leveled by Korean and Tionyx. Nico. Oh my goodness, Matthews realized he found him in the smoke. Still does some damage. Fostar is good for that one. There's one AK in the mix here on Jaquinho. Maybe he can do some work now. That's the one man in cave gone. Tape where it's out of bullets, so he's got to reload. But great post-plant positioning. Tape where's calling in some support. Gonna need to swing off of one another. Tapeware gets maximum swing on that one, and Orbit just destroys both he and Quez. Jaquinho started the round with the rifle. Now he's the last one. And just holding on to this defuse. It's no fake. Jaquinho goes down. And Permitta, it's a little bit expensive, but they're very okay with that when Jaquinho's buying in. Copenhagen Wolves, though, keeping ex-Permitta in check at the very least. Gonna get another buy back in here. Copenhagen Wolves have been really effective at taking mid control. It's been pretty rare that Permitta have like fought hard for it at the beginning of the round. It's usually about someone taking the step back and allowing the other to kind of run whatever they want to at that time. But a pretty committed setup right now. Quick start in a forward position in Cubby. There's two mollies. Either of them could go for this, but Matthews is just going to walk it up. Coutinho is actually the one to hit the shot. And it's a double entry towards middle, but Twixart stays alive for longer than he should have. Quez and Bielany. Last two survivors bombed down outside of B. So they're going to have to go that direction to collect it anyway, but of course Permitta don't know that. Well, they spotted it. They're both here now. Orbit. You're going to be left alone. Quez with the 1v2. Here's Copenhagen Wolves the next round. Oh, it's very expensive, but it's very impressive. Permitta bested. Oh, their money's really awkward. I think they have to buy here, given how uneven it is, but it's going to be MP9 for best here for Foster, and yeah, they're not even going to get that. It's three pistols. I'm a big 5.7 lover, but it's not ideal to be working that many of them. Bats to B. This time you don't have any utility to fight for it. Overwhelmed is Korean. He's the only big gun. We've got Tionyx, and I think they're going to call the save here, Permitta. They do. Copenhagen Wolves pull out that fast B play that we were seeing previously that didn't work out so well thanks to Korean and to Tionyx, but this time it was just Korean there, and he only had an AUG. He meant to stay alive against the onslaught of rifles running him down. Yeah, okay, sure. Not going to be viable.
Terrorists win.
This is already a good half for the Copenhagen Wolves. And Permitta, as much as it's nice to get this save, it gives them another chance with the, half by weapons. Everyone's blind, but Twixter gets vision first. That's an upgrade. That's something to work from. This is a B stack this time. Can they remove the gun from Twixar's hand? Yes, is the answer. Great spray on the first, but Bielany will go down. So that's now 2 rifles recoverable. How many do they see? Enough that Tapeware's taken all the space he can. He's sprinting into Temple. Already going to be bringing the fight to them in CT. Foster probably not going to know what hit him. I say that, but Tapeware's the one being down. He can't escape. Foster gets there, but the good news is Foster's now alone. AK be picked up. Not only that, but a Molotov. They still haven't gotten the bomb down, so Foster doesn't need to really worry about the time. He's going to give his position away. That Molly doesn't even tick Quez. Well, finally does. He doesn't need to commit, and it's off that tick. Quez actually goes down, but Chiquinho ready for the support. Something Copenhagen Wolves have done a really good job of this half is their trading. Very rarely are they alone. Once again, Copenhagen Wolves, despite, just like on Anubis, where, despite them having the lead, they take the first tactical of the whole map. And I just think that once again goes to show the care with which that they are playing. Two rounds left in this half. Permitta, they'd really like both of them. But I think the question even remains, can they pick up one? Copenhagen Wolves, their money is such that they'll buy the last round if they lose this one, regardless, obviously, and it'll be pretty decent. Mathios gets out mid. This is basically back to the same situation I was saying before, where we see one team really fight mid and take mid. Usually doesn't go both ways. Copenhagen Wolves, they take it. They're ready to exec B very fast off of that. No entry for Bielany. Korean is this dynamic duo that we talked about. It needs to be the trade, but again, that falls flat. Need unsuccessful. Quez going to take the moment of silence during the reload to get the bomb down. Quez is in trouble. Super isolated. Great first fight. Twixer's close, but Twixer goes for his. Now they know where they're at. Flashbang is remaining, but Matthews lines 2 up. Tianic's going to have to do this from low health, and it's not enough health to win. It's Copenhagen Wolves and Matthews with a 1v3 clutch. That'll cause the timeout. That'll pull ex-Permitta into question marks about how they could do anything better on the setup. They cannot close it out, though. That spacing for Twixer and Orbit are so brutal. Wonderful work from Copenhagen Wolves. 8 rounds is beautiful. And they got to beat 3 MP9s and 2 FAMASes to get it 9. That nade should be chunky. It's actually not. Twisker steps in front of it, and Mathios goes down. Orbit's close. Orbit's going to surprise Tapeware, and it's not the trade instant. Finally, Chiquinho is there on scene. Permitta need to be careful as Copenhagen Wolves slow things down. Bielany, good spot to play punish, especially as this round gets later. You're going to commit to A. Oh, he's been seen. Korean Molotov for his position easily enough. And he's made the escape. And now that's the late lurk I was talking about. Bielany grabs his. Bostar in a little bit of trouble as another Molotov. Oh my gosh, catches Korean, but he still survives. Only need left is on the other side of the map. That's in Bielany's hands. There's a flank coming in Twixar. So late. And he's going to get traded. I know where Bielany was, but he's got to deal with so many different angles. HP was not great for Korean. Flashbang. Oh, it fully catches Sionix, and he goes down 9-3. The Copenhagen Wolves, they pick into Ancient, and they dominate the T side. That's a tough pill to swallow for ex-Permitta. Look to be maybe in good individual form right now, but Copenhagen Wolves just has them all wrapped up. Great decision making from Bielany. That late lurk was fantastic. I think that Permitta, as a whole, have overreacted to sometimes a greater, sometimes a lesser degree on the CT side rotations. Thinking back to that round on Anubis where, Tapeware has got everyone pulled off of B and onto mid. And they're ready to roll for the mid take. It's only one guy. B hit comes in and they're chalked. Fresh out of luck. Unlikely for Copenhagen Wolves to be limited at this point. They've been perfect on pistols. They really want to put the final touches is on that perfection. That nade, a little early. But the dualies, they're not. They're right on time. Matthews, it's done. He's going to climb in for another one. Trade frags are good. USP not quite tracking him down. The Glock was very slow on the uptake. But they're both here. Bam could be deadly. With two players on such low health. Smoke's going to fade. They get the bomb down on the post. Twixar, he's the only one who feels comfortable fighting. Bielany's got no armor. First shot's beautiful. Korean got low health, and he's got the pair of dualies, so up close, but he's got no armor either. Got to take their time about this, though. 2 bullets doesn't feel like enough, so we'll get the reload. Bielany still low. Time really starting to expire. There's a hit in the ground right in front of him, but he's got to get on it now. Can't take the time to fake, just has to stick, and at this point, Foster knows that fact, will deny both the perfection of all 4 pistol rounds and the Copenhagen Wolves double digits. Not exactly a difficult round for Permitta. When they find the B side open, when they get all this map control. Copenhagen Wolves probably unbothered by this. They'd love to just do any damage with a full eco. Lost start. It's actually really good spray control from him. Twixer is gonna only get 2 of those 5 available. control sort of attempted. Permitta kind of give that up after Twixar gets a little bit of tag. Around nade. I should say off timing nade. It's not really late. Look at how little utility Copenhagen Wolves currently still are holding. Matthews has a full kit, but I mean, it's a couple of smokes and Quez's Molotov. Timing for that one for Tapeweir. I think Chiquinho might just be delivering another one. Gonna get a high-low setup in Cave. Flashbang. Now Matthews can use his full kit of utility. He's actually going to go back in there, refresh the smoke in position. They're going to go back to B. Permitta might be going right into a bit of a stack. 3 bodies here. If they test Cave, it's going to be problematic, particularly if it's one of these 2 SMGs. And that'll be the only thing set in position. It's both the SMGs to go, and both of them fall. Now Jaquinho's got a lot of heavy lifting, but he can't contain anything more. A little bit of a dicey position for Bielany. Yeah, there's spams that can go both ways. He's going to get a bit of damage done and then fall back. Matthews, he's hearing him push, and he's not going to be able to win any of those fights. Quez survives it, and it's a Quez 1v2. Might be another victory. As Quez taps onto the bomb, and he gets the reload off. Oh, and he doesn't have time. There's not a kid anywhere. He's got the fight, but he doesn't have the round orbit. With a big clutch for Permitta. They're starting to make this comeback real. 6 rounds to 9. Copenhagen Wolves, they can't find the first round full buy. Tapewear has unfortunately dropped from the server, so we got a tech pause. Lovely time for Copenhagen Wolves maybe to get that breather. Permitta putting up a real fight for the first time since the very beginning of Anubis. Copenhagen Wolves only losing 1 round on their CT side of that map. So maybe expectation was to have the same thing happen here on Ancient. No, not the case. Tapewear is back, fortunately. I think Permitta not yet tested in the same way, though. The fact that Quez almost 1v3s that kind of goes to show some of the difficulties that they have, the way that they approach the late round, letting so many 1v1 duels go off. All leads into a little bit of a tragedy, even though Orbit, takes the victory. Credit to him as well to play the bait game where he's not overcommitting, not undercommitting, forcing his opponent off of the bomb. But I think the greater issue there being shown. We're going to see a little bit of a restore there. Copenhagen Wolves They bought a lot of utility, but they don't have a lot of guns. They have full loss bonus, though, so they can afford to buy a lot of utility here as long as they keep themselves up above, I mean, really 1K. Would be the bare minimum. So that's what they've done. Ensure that they have the minimum. By getting that, they have the maximum investment possible this round. Twixar, I think, saw the edge of something. Yeah. And he didn't before. He certainly does now. Nate's not going to quite drop where he wanted to. Tapeware steps forward, and it's actually Bielany who falls first. Timing caught. Tapeware across, and it's still Chiquinho unknown until now. Copenhagen Wolves might have been better served just, letting them play that slower game and letting them take the fights on their own terms. It doesn't work out, though. Wes has been seen. Matthews has not, but he's about to be dead, and he's gone. Was a long form rotation to spawn, but won't lead to much. All but one survive. Permitta in a good spot. Go to the round for Copenhagen Wolves. Obviously, the not maximum pressure yet. Still, nice shot, great trade. Tapeware comes through, but he gets traded as well. Chiquinho on the other side of that. Then Nate's going to be juicy. He's going to have an advantage, but Orbit still wins. Now Quez arrives. It's the trade frags for Copenhagen Wolves that have been good all half I talked about, and they're good again here. Basically a 5-man trading angle in middle. That leaves Korean in the 1v2. The moment Copenhagen Wolves separated, that flashbang coming from CT spawn basically to give Bielany a look. Oh, and the timing's not going to favor Bielany. Korean gets his, and now Quez with the kit. Like he's just trying to take the space. Korean has not made a decision about where he wants to go yet. If Quez just continues stepping forward, he might have a good timing. He's going to hold it off, though. That's just going to be enough time for Korean to get back into house and fully clear this out. He's going to go B. Oh, this is nasty work from Korean. He's timing everything perfectly right now. That's going to give it away. Quez will start sprinting. And like I said, he's got the kit, and he's just grabbed a smoke, too. Korean taking the fight to him and gets the win with a 1v2. Korean keeping ex-Permitta alive. These rounds, they go down to the wire. Both the gun rounds this half have been down to a 1vx. 1v2 required there from Korean. Copenhagen Wolves wish they were a little bit more together on the very last moment. As you feel like what could have been. Looking like a more ace-centric default this round for Permitta. Somehow Tapeware wins that, and I don't mean that he shouldn't have. More like everyone's so blinded. Nice shot from Matthews. And it's a nice trade frag, but Permitta, they are down one. Tapeware's very low, though. This smoke crime to be disrespected as Jaquinho comes back in. He could check this. And he can't find the victory. Everyone loses their life. It's Tapeware with only a couple of bullets, and it's not enough. Another 1v1. That's 3 straight that Permitta have taken in 3 straight rounds that they have acquired a clutch. At what point do one of those clutches not go their way? Copenhagen Wolves take their timeout. First op of this half, I think for Jaquinho, we've really not seen it. He's still been very good. He had a monster first map rather, of this series. He's posted in Donut. Looking towards Shelf. Ooh, absurd amount of spam damage there onto Bielany. But Tapeware plays the same game, and it's a little bit more favorable for him. Permitta seem a little bit boxed in right now. Obviously, Twixar is on the other side of the map. He's at A, but chunky nade. Not that it does that much damage to any individual, but everyone tagged down 10 or more HP. Interesting reaction here for the Wolves. They basically give B and are looking to retake mid in a moment. Smoke in house is going to fade soon. In fact, they're just going to wait for it to fade, and they're going to be in the mix. Flashbang sends him in. No trade. Twits are fast on that one, and they react to head towards B. This should be the call for Permitta. Yeleny already starts this round without seeing anyone at 17 health, so he's got an even tougher job ahead of him. And it's not going to work out. Copenhagen Wolves might think of saving from here. Lucky the Koreans missed the shot, but you know, like they need this round, and I can understand it. Great trade there from Orbit. And they're still going to step in for this. No, finally give it up. So there's 2 survivors for the Copenhagen Wolves, but ex-Permitta find themselves a lead.
Terrorists win.
I think this is their first lead of the whole series at 10-9 on map 2. A fast mid take. Permitta. Go for it. Tapeworth's on the auto shotty, but he's in cave, so that's really no biggie. That's ambitious for Quez to go back for another jiggle. Doesn't drop the molly either. Forces them to use a bunch of utility to get them out. Tapeworth takes a ton of damage himself, and Bielany, another spam battle that goes poorly. He's actually pushed down, excuse me. That's both he and Jaquinho who pushed down B ramp. Jaquinho now posted deep on the angle. This is going to be a B or an A hit. In the meantime, Copenhagen Wolves, they step in. They have 2 players up here. Great work on Mathios, who's got another one. And he can just stay alive. What a hero moment from Mathios. he doesn't need to fight. Korean knows just as much, and Twixar going to have it all on his shoulders again. Tapewear might be the first contact here. And that's good enough. I mean, Tapewear had no health and a bad gun. He trades his life for Matthews getting a refrag. That's exactly what you want to see. Now Matthews sits on an off angle. And it's not going to work out for Korean. Copenhagen Wolves just seems that they needed that wake-up call. They lose the lead, and they bring back the tied scoreline instantly. Pause expires. And Permitta. See how they get themselves situated. They've been about mid-control. More often than not. Worked their way through a lot of tough times. These clutches required 3 of them. 3 1vx's for Permitta to take the lead just once. Tapewear gets flashed off. He's got some support. What do they know about it? It seems like Foster might be somewhat aware. There's someone else here. Yeleny gonna take the fight and almost lines 2 up, but he's just gonna drop a molly and a flash for a little bit more spacing. Matthews spammed through the wood. That's a huge frag to pick up. Chiquinho forward facing. Feels like they still might go in for B. But it's not been tested at mid whatsoever. Right now he's just jiggling donut. How long do Copenhagen Wolves just sit and wait? It's really not their MO to chill without any information. Yeleny steps back forward. And now it's really up to Chiquinho. Have the flashes. Surely they're not going to just go in dry. Yeah, there it is. Chiquinho should be dead. Really ambitious move for him. Now Yeleny, the only one who can have an impact. He's got the first. They're going to fight forward. They're going to fight forward. Oh, scary moment. And it's another clutch ass here of the Copenhagen Wolves. This one a 1v2. Quez nearly a 1v3 last time out. This one a little bit easier, a little bit simpler. No one's in cave, and he's finding that out currently. He's got a full kit of utility and a bomb diffuser. Onyx the first face. He's low. But it's not going to be enough. Orbit barely even sees anyone and gets a 3K. He trades out the cave player and gets a spam through the smoke, or through the wall at the beginning, and that one through the smoke and the edge of the wall. Copenhagen Wolves, they might have tied the game back, but Permitta still have the lead as they take it back with force. And like they might need all 3. For Moss, it's just not ideal, but in the meantime, Chiquinho arrives. It's Lloyd's P, and they had to work through these bits of utility. Quite difficult. Chiquinho with a triple kill. The Copenhagen Wolves to take space back, clawing their way back into position to try and close this out in 2. Problem is that Permitta Their money is what I would call complicated. They've got 3 guys on pistol money, or 2 guys on pistol money, 1 guy on Mac 10 money, and 1 guy on rifle money. From 1,500 to 4 or 5K. That was the swing. It might be the worst time for Permitta to be broke. Be the lovely way back in for Copenhagen Wolves, but they got to do it now. Essentially, whoever wins this round going to have a massive advantage in the next. Bielany, it's early for this fight, but he's been doing it. But later, Mattheos wins his duel at mid, and there's no trade frag for Permitta available. The bomb still in T-spawn. Permitta with a 3-on-5. They need this round, and they're not looking likely to get it. Boy, they go back again. Go back again. Bielany up to his old tricks. He pushed down ramp beginning of this round. Got a kill. Now he's looking to play the jiggle game. Drop a smoke in the face, and the flashbang going to be enough to give them that info. Double nade. Tape where it falls. Down Bielany. Very alone. First man jumps, and all a trade game for them. And no way! Chiquinho, no need to fight, but he does anyway. Mattheos. Oh, man. He's got to do it all right now. Quez is stuck behind a smoke, an impossible smoke to break, too. Bostar, barrel scene. Barrel scene. And he still wins the duel. Oh, my gosh. Quez runs for the hills. I mean, Permitta pull it out of the hat. That round shouldn't have been anything. Everyone loses their fight, though. Chiquinho oversteps. And the thing that the Wolves have done best, their trading, their spacing has been perfect. It falls away in the most important round of this game. Permitta are back, and they're back in a great position. With 1 chance to close. Overtime, a guarantee. Lovely work from Permitta. Buyback for Copenhagen Wolves. It's pretty good, actually. I had thought that they would be a little bit more broken, but they are not. They've been up to some spam shenanigans through this wall, but seems like for now, happy to let his position be an unknown. One smoke. Well, I mean, his teammate baits him in there nicely. That really, you couldn't have hoped for a better setup. Bielany knows what spam's coming. That's been a constant factor. Oh, Mattheos, he doesn't get the freebie this time. He's going to force his fight, and Twigstar with the win. They got to speed up on the beat. Bielany needs to stay alive, and they need to clear this out. They can't really afford to wait this. Twigstar can just be a pain in the rear end of Copenhagen Wolves. Finally, he'll get activated, but he sees them both. Bielany down low. And it's a closer. And it's a victory for Permitta. They win map number 2, stealing the opponent's map pick once again. And it is from a 9-3 half. The Copenhagen Wolves, they fall. And they fall in a pretty bad fashion. 1v1s aplenty. That's 4 1vx's that Permitta win. Those clutches changing the game, changing it all, and in their favor. Beautiful stuff. leaves us with a Mirage. A long-time Copenhagen Wolves classic, but a Permitta map that they have found a lot of success on here more recently. It was their best map with regard to win rate when they were under the Permitta banner. They have not lost it since becoming ex-Permitta, and it's been really not close. A couple of dominant games against Unity ever since then. So this is going to be a tough one. Copenhagen Wolves, they had their chance to close. They couldn't find it. Permitta pushed us to a third. We'll see Mirage after the break. All right, let's get this thing rolling. A third map required, it seems. Permitta doing a great job of being able to find a way to win in tough situations. Tons of clutches going their way. Down 3-9 at halftime. They come back for a 13-11 victory on Ancient. Their opponent's map pick. Now they do Mirage. Copenhagen Wolves, though comfy here. They're going to attack the B-bomb site. Foster and Orbit both ready to roll. The kill each, and now they stall out. Twixar gets into the mix, and it's Tapeware, the only one to have any success on this attack for the Wolves. They are devastated by this strong B-hold. Permitta playing the delay game long enough, and Orbit picks up a second. A failure to start as Permitta, not a single pistol in the first 3 attempts at it. They've won now last 2 pistols. Get themselves off to the races for a fantastic Mirage. CT side as well. Copenhagen Wolves winning the knife. They elected to start T side is what I understand. So interesting. A lot of teams, I think, prefer to start CT side on this map, but Quez hit with the smoke. So Onyx knows that there's somebody there, or at least there was. I think Quez just gonna give that up. Right now, Copenhagen Wolves play this a default, but with no weaponry to speak of, no armor, no nothing. They have purchased actually maybe 0 things this round. I didn't look at the beginning, but I see nothing now. Ooh. A butt spotted. Let's try to get the run boost off. Successful. Whether it's going to give them anything off the back of it, not so much. Free and clear anti-eco for Permitta. They set themselves up for success. I'll pick up 2 wins to start us off on Mirage. Few bonus weapons against Copenhagen Wolves first buy. Very good purchase considering. Got AKs for everybody and a really healthy amount of utility. That's the fact that they get no bomb plants and this is their buy is pretty good. Seems like they want to go B from the start here. There's only 1 man in defense. That's going to be Twixar. He gets his first. Great work from Twixar to grab another one. Matthews, no trade frag available, and finally Quez runs him down, but this has bought so much time for the rotations to arrive. Orbit's already out there. Quez hears him stomping, but can't do anything about it. They blind him up, though, 2 through market door. Now Orbit is in trouble. He goes down, and it's all gone wrong for Permitta. They move back into beat, and they think they've got the advantage, but Copenhagen Wolves says, you're the ones locked in with me. And doesn't even get a chance to go for this because he's got 10 HP. Unlike Permitta, when they've lost pistol rounds, Copenhagen Wolves waste no time. They don't go for any force buying shenanigans. They 1 save, and then the B attack. I really thought, I mean, Twixar should have been, that should have been enough. They full B exact with Twixar, the only guy on the site. There was nobody in the realm of support, nobody on catwalk, and Twixar gets 2 kills and buys time for the 2 rotates to arrive. And I don't understand how it's possible that Permitta lose that round when he's doing that. We saw what happened. A little bit unfortunate maybe on the timing of both those guys not really looking as they try and break out of market door, but damn. Listen, you draw it up on paper, you see this clip, Twixar doing this, and then staying alive after the fact. How is it possible they lose the round? That's what you really would be thinking. Oh, well. Can't think of those what ifs. That was the big bonus, though. Permitta didn't have to repurchase anything from round 2. So they got plenty of cash for the buy in round 4. Foster, cool. What a shot. Tapeware goes down, but it's an instant trade. Yeleny takes it. HE on the exit. Jaquinho with a nice frag. But he's gone down as well. Korean, the only one to save the rifle from the previous round. He puts it to good use. Now he's got himself an upgrade. Bielany, multiple 1vx almost victories on Anubis. It's not even close to almost this time. Permitta looking like a much better team than I started out watching on Anubis. Their spacing on the CT side here is just so much better than I had seen on Anubis. We saw, I think, some of those issues still arising for them on Ancient, but it was better. And like I said, this was, I think, the highest win rate map for them under the Permitta banner. It's a map they've yet to lose as ex-Permitta as well, but not a huge sample size. Very small sample size, actually. Just 3 or 4 maps played. Or you look on the other side. A little bit different. Oh, nice shots there from Foster. Again, talking about spray control, that's a good one. Bomb plant's nice, though. Copenhagen Wolves, their investment here going to mean at least a better purchase next time. Tapeware are going to take the fight to his opposition. As Jaquinho can step forward, there's an op to be recovered. That's actually fantastic. Now with Tapeware getting that kill into orbit, the flank is no longer a frustration, a possibility. Jaquinho currently watching towards sight. Is he going to turn? Is he ever going to turn? No. Just doesn't expect them to both be towards CT. Tapeware with a 1v2 attempt. Out into the open, it's Twixar, but Tapeware falls. They do have a kit, right? Yes. Okay. Permitta take a lot more damage than I think that they were anticipating. The first struggle of a round against Eco. And it could have gone even worse. This could have been a win for Copenhagen Wolves. Instead, it's the opposite. Permitta get themselves a 4th round. Great round from Tapeware, though, to give them a chance. The fact that he's then required to ace if he wants to win this round is a little bit frustrating for him, but as per our usual arrangement, Copenhagen Wolves, win or, up or down, win or lose, they're the first ones to take these tactical timeouts. They want to be at the start of something. They want to take the fight to their opposition. That's exactly what these timeouts allow them to do. They've gotten value out of them. Even when they've been in the lead, it feels like they have transitioned that into something better. Foster got a little bit of a look-see over the top of that smoke. Jaquinho thought would take more damage there at the top of middle, but actually Foster doesn't get the nade off, I don't think. It doesn't go in the right direction. Or rather, doesn't land on the right spot. That's what I meant to say. So it's really no biggie. One thing leads to another, and Copenhagen Wolves have mid-control. Mathios yet to pick it up, get off the goose egg there, 0 and 5. That's going to be something they need to change. He's about to lurk out B. There's 3 players right now for Permitta at B. They're heavy stacked. I mean, on the upside, they got Koreans up Excuse me, they got Tionyx over on A. Korean is actually on B, pardon me. Oh, and he's taking a real big risk running through that molly. Foster elevated into a boost that I don't think they're going to really check. Yeah, Jaquinho doesn't check it. Orbit's going to get the 2 for 3 on the round. And might add another one. Great spray! Oh, my Lord, Matthews! It's a 3-man spray transfer. Everyone goes down. If you're on his screen, you're dead to rights, but it's not enough. 19 health for Tionyx. It's just 16 for Matthews. He's got space and time for the bomb plant. Tionyx missing the jump. Will buy plenty of time for the reposition. After that spray transfer, Matthews, I'm not going to lie, he deserves this round win, but Tionyx here to play spoiler.